Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion, apart Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, what do you say? Hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna Yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that Yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Stand strong.
See, that's how you do it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, brother. Thank you, Brother Tavis, for that wonderful, wonderful song. Check out the channel Indigenous Education. Brother, drop the link if you don't mind in the chat on how to get the song. Bye-bye. I love it. Absolutely love it. Straight up fire. So much appreciated to you. So I'm gonna be hitting you up to see if I could play that now and then. I mean, I really like it. I'm gonna rock out with it again tonight. So thank you so much. Soul of a Warrior. Very, very great song. So family, welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. And tonight we have a great show planned for you. We are in episode 4 of our series, The Black American Revolutionary Wars. Okay, so last week we actually got into the content of the French and Indian Wars. So in this particular series, what we're going to do are go through the different American wars and show you the level of participation that Black Americans did in the war. And I have to use the term Black in quotations because the official inaccurate narrative that all blacks on the continent of America are from Africa, and we know that's not the case. Okay, and so as we go through these wars, we're going to keep discussing this information as well. So before we get started, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube chat. So shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to niece Razzle Dazzle in the house. Shout out to sis Stephanie Cook. Shout out to JBP. Shout out to sis Tanya. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Nisi Poo. Shout out to E1 Even. Shout out to I'm Born Here. And let me see, am I missing everybody? And to the YouTube channel Indigenous Education. Give that brother a look up. That's who put that fire song together, an original that we were just jamming to. So shout out to you. Shout out to sis Tressie. Fam, sis Tressie be the one sending me a lot of stuff that I be doing them podcasts on. She always sending me some information that's blowing my locks back. So shout out to sis Tressie. Shout out to I'm Born Here. Good to see you as well, beloved. Shout out to Freeman. Shout out to you, beloved. Okay, shout out to Capricorn Rising. Good to see you, beloved. Okay, and then shout out to everybody in the YouTube land that is watching. We appreciate you as well. So before I forget, I want to give you, for this particular French and Indian Wars, I want to give you the book that we are using as a source, one of the sources, and it's called French and Indian War, A History from Beginning to End by Hourly History. Again, that book is French and Indian War, A History from Beginning to End by Hourly History. Okay, that's going to be the main source for the section of this series, the French and Indian War. I know, peace and love, Sister Divinity. Ain't it fire? I just straight up enjoyed that. I really, really did. I really had a little good time with that song. So you know what? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm finna rejam. Just a second. I just gotta rejam it again. Cause I really like that song. So here we go, doggone it. Let me hit it again.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we all. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that
All right. Thank you, Brother Tavis. You laid that out, honey. I absolutely love it. So check the brother out. He has a YouTube channel called Indigenous Education. I popped in earlier this week. Nisi Poo hit me on it, and I came in, y'all, and he was like doing a mix. Or did I pop in on it live? I think she sent me the link. Either way. So I'm in there jamming, and then she tells me which minute mark this song was at. And so I came back. I'm like, oh my God, who made this? Who made this? Can I get it? Can I get it? Can I get it? So peace and love to you, beloved. So yeah, go ahead on and check the brother out on his YouTube channel, Indigenous Education. That is one of his originals. Absolutely love it. Okay, fam. So yeah, the lyrics are definitely on fire. I was doing my little struggle dance in the background. Yeah, but very much so. I like that, brother. I really do. Okay, fam. Let me bring in my hostess and host. So there's Sis Sandra. Let me bring in Sis Sandra first. Let me see. There you go. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda, to the family. Hey, everybody. To Sean and Brother Scotty. Hey, peace and love.
How you doing, sis?
I'm doing great. Thank you. And yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Same here. Good to hear yours as well. I'm having internet trouble. They keep cutting off my internet. They've been doing it all week.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully you can get through tonight. Child, let me record. I missed last
Recording
week.
in progress.
Okay. You know I gotta have a backup to the smack up. Okay, let me bring on son Scotty. Okay. There you are. Peace and love. Peace and love. How are you?
I'm great. I was so turned up doing that song. I was not expecting that.
I know. That's the surprise we had. I know. And Nisi Poo was like, okay. Brother Tavis said we could play it. I know. Well, ain't that fire? Child, y'all should have seen me.
Real life creator in
exactly. Created. I'm like, oh my God, this is fire. My scarf is twisted, y'all. Putting them pieces together. Exactly.
No matter what you do is indigenous just by your nature. So just create anything. You can make some original ass shit and be the next wave or something. So, really trust in your innate gifts. Pull them motherfuckers out.
Exactly. So yeah, we're loving that, brother, for sure. Okay, so it's good to hear your voice, son Scotty. Okay.
Yes. Good to hear your voice too.
Okay, so let me bring on Brother Sean. Let me see here. Okay, there he is. Okay, peace and love, brother.
Wholeness and power.
How are you?
I'm good. How about y'all?
Good. It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise. Scotty, says Sandra. What it do?
What up, bro, Sean?
All right.
Y'all got it. I'm just visiting.
All right, then. Okay, so we're going to start with, go ahead on with the fuckery. So, Sis Sandra, okay, now, I got to put the disclaimer out there. So for anybody that want to know why we ain't talking about, y'all know what we really can't talk about, because I am on these people's platform. And they don't want us talking about that, so we can't talk about it. So, with that said, Sis Sandra, you have anything? Well, go ahead.
I'll be as nice as I can be.
I know it's extremely hard.
I know
for me. I get dinged. Now they starting to ding us from cursing, and on the live. I cleaned up the podcast. But the live is reserved for MF and SB and all of that.
Oh.
Yeah, but we're still, no. We're still going to cuss. It is what it is. But they're getting really, really strict.
Well, let me tell you how strict they really get. My son called me the other Sunday. He called me Sunday. We started talking, just talking. and he was bringing up stuff, and I said, you know what? I remember seeing a video from the Mormons who showed that the fallen angels, they came out, man, they changed to white. And the ones that stayed behind.
You breaking up, sis, and I know you said your internet is not the best.
No, it's not my internet.
Uh-oh. Okay.
It's on. It's on. But they so
sis, we ain't heard a thing you said, but I talked to my son. So you might as well start from that point.
Oh, I talked to my son on Sunday. He called me.
Uh-huh.
This is
okay. You still breaking up. So Scotty and Sean, she breaking up for y'all, right? It's just not me, right?
Oh, she gone. I can't even hear.
Okay, child. Yeah. All right, sis, log back out and log in.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So start all the way from your son had called you up on Sunday.
And we start talking about the fallen ones.
Okay.
And the Mormons had a video of the fallen ones that came down to help man. And they were white. They changed to white. And the ones that stayed behind stayed melanated, or black as people call us. And so anyway, he started talking. He said, well, Joseph Smith said so and so and so and so. And the GF, Brother Sean, you know who the GF is? Federation, right?
Oh, you can say that. You can say all that. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Let me stay out of your business. Okay.
He said he said the Galactic Federation are the Mormons. They cut him off.
What?
They cut him
Wait a minute. So y'all two was on the phone. So they must have known what you was finna talk about, because you was like,
even with you. So they cut him off. And he said a recording came on that was a lady that said, you cannot have this conversation.
Wait a minute. Wait, now what you say now happened? So who came on his phone that he paid for and said, what now?
They cut him off and said, you're not supposed to have this conversation, or you can't have this conversation.
While the two of you were on the phone.
Exactly. And so when I started here, they started cutting me off, right?
Yeah, because we was like, sis, yeah.
And I'm just talking about the Mormons. And he said, the GF.
If they don't go somewhere with this foolishness.
So that was my complaint, and that's what I was going to bring today. And I knew they're going to try to cut me off.
You was good and cut off.
They don't want me to say that. But why? That's the point.
Don't they? And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't other channels, they done built up 100,000 plus YouTube channel talking about them folks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, I thought, man, I didn't want to lie upon nobody.
But you didn't want to put it together with the fallen ones. And they cut you off, so I can't hear you.
I'm pausing because my lips are turned to the side because this foolishness, we're over this foolishness. And it's trying to hide information and all of that.
The cat's already out the bag.
Yeah, it is.
Hal is out of the pasture. So, you know, the books are unsealed. Let's move on, because they can't stop information when the information has been given by the Mormons themselves. But the part that he was connected to it was the Galactic Federation is the Mormons. And that's when they cut him off.
Okay.
So that's what they're doing. And that's what I had to say. And there's other things I want to say, but when you get into your who we are as Indians, I want to talk about the hope well tradition.
Okay, yeah, and it's going to be a little bit in there about them and the material we're going over, um, and also the Lenape. I think we're going to get to the Lenape tonight, depending on how far we get into it. So that makes sense, sis.
Yeah, so I just want to tell you how they're censoring everybody because they don't want you to know who's really giving you them hoochie coochies. They don't want you to know who really is doing that.
This foolishness. It's foolishness at this point to me.
But I don't talk about the hoochie coochie.
Yeah, because people didn't make their choices, so it is what it is. So
It's too late. They
yeah,
already.
yeah.
Yeah, Jeremiah, that's what I said. That's exactly what I said that he said, and that's when they cut him off.
Clout. That's why one of the reasons I started the podcast stuff and started putting those on those other platforms because it is what it is. If they tell me they don't want me discussing XYZ, these people's stuff. It is what it is. And if they want to come through at any moment and shut your channel down, that's what they gonna do. So yeah, I've already started making arrangements. So what's gonna eventually have to happen, folks just gonna have to go back to their regular websites. And the public itself are gonna have to get out of going to one place for all of this content. And that's why a lot of other people have, moved on to Patreon. I know Patreon is by subscription, but I heard even they be tripping sometimes. So I'm not really feeling Patreon either. So I'm on the other ones, but only the podcast stuff. So like Apple, iHeartRadio, and all that other stuff, Anchor FM. But push come to shove, I'll just have to build up my existing website and do lives from there. But it's probably going to come
Rumble.
to that. Yeah, I know of Rumble. I think Rumble has a time restriction on it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that was the thing with it. It had, per video or whatever, you have a time limit restriction. But yeah, it's definitely going to come to that. So y'all just get prepared. It is what it is. So.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we talk about the technology. It's everything about intention. But if you know how to motherfucking code and program and you know how to network and do all that shit, hey, do that shit for your own community because you need your communications. Like,
right.
Despite them trying to do their best efforts to censor and do all of what they do, like you can counteract that with your own skills. So,
that's true. That is so true.
They built the internet off of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
How we work. So how come we can't build something else?
Absolutely, we can. 1000% agree with you, and we actually have the talent to do it. And especially, these youngins that spend all day on the internet, spend all day on them video games, put they behind in them some coding classes and, have them build something. Because the talent is certainly there. It most certainly is there. So yeah, we are going to have to get out of being so comfortable with these platforms, and YouTube is definitely one of them.
Well, one of the things I learned when I was looking at the Hopewell, it's called an interaction sphere, and they concentrate on our area to control it. All the areas where we are, from the mid United States all the way to the East Coast and Texas and all them places too, and down to Louisiana, they concentrate on those areas with their virtual reality. That's what I got, interactive sphere. And I'm like, what you mean about an interactive sphere? So they're watching and paying attention, and they've been doing it for a long time.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, As we've talked, the energy runs the realm. So, we are the energy.
Right.
Now YouTube may be a technology platform, but without the content creators, without the listeners, there would be no YouTube.
Right.
They're literally making money off the energy and the creativity of the content creators and of the listeners' energy of listening and participating. That's how they're making money.
Mhm.
Because when it started out, YouTube wasn't a money-making platform. So you're always going to be the current that moves this realm. You're always going to be that. Now we're supposed to be in the high vibrational energy where you realize that and you start being a creator and make it happen. Make it happen.
Mhm.
Because ain't nothing that they putting out here original, none of that. They done got it from somewhere, and they need your energy to make it popular.
And don't underestimate your consciousness. Because, like, Miss Rhonda and Eric been going over these patterns where they, talking about your consciousness and they take it from the virtual world and bringing it back to that. Like, you can apply that to yourself. If you, doubting yourself and you don't think that you are the creator, this thing, you don't think you have that capacity, then maybe you need to start on, the inside. Like, take from the virtual world, your inside world, and bring it out. Meditate on that, focus on that, give yourself mantras on that. Like, you will step into that because that's the same science that they are using on us.
That is correct.
So it's the thing, we are underestimating ourselves. And in that underestimating, we give up a lot of power. And so, yeah.
Yes, we do. Yeah, it was interesting when I was working on the Jamaica podcast and I was doing the editing, and I usually, that's just how my mind works. I always have to have some type of background noise. So either it's the radio or I'll have the TV on. It's just on the station. And like 2 times, it was advertisements to travel to Jamaica. And I just so happened to, my eye catched when it came on, and I just kind of chuckled. And so I'm saying all that to say, energy is real. What your consciousness puts out is real. You literally create things from your consciousness. I don't find it a coincidence that I'm just sitting here editing some videos about a video about Jamaica, and not once but twice advertisements came on about visiting Jamaica. And just like a brother, shout out to him, literally sent me a picture, and it's actually the cover picture that I used on that Jamaican podcast, and I had pulled that same picture a couple of days ago. So when we talk about energy, when we talk about consciousness, when we talk about using your consciousness to create your world, we are literally serious about it. You can do these things. They have actually proven that you can do it. Okay? So go make it happen. This is the opportune time. The energy is on your side. It's in your favor. You could change. If the collective really thought about what they really wanted, instead of focusing on what they don't want and what somebody is allegedly and supposedly doing to them, all of this stuff would change. It would change relatively quickly. Okay? And we're already seeing things move pretty fast. We're seeing people get exposed very, very fast. We saw it starting in 2020, And it's just getting faster and faster. So make it happen. Create the world you want to live in. All right. So with that said, son Scotty, you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery tonight.
You know, I don't know if it's a go ahead on with the fuckery or like, in the words of Brother 832, like a Cisco and Ebert, or like drawing some type of association. But I recently, I was like, I think I had heard Brother Sean or somebody mentioned a show on Amazon called The Wheel of Time.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through it though. I don't like it, but go ahead. It's powerful, but I don't like something about it I don't like. But go ahead on.
See, like I was like kind of like, what is this? What is this?
Mm-hmm.
But then when I just started I didn't watch the whole thing or whatever they got available now. And the main thing that stood out about me, because, you know, without giving too much away about it. So, you know, the main symbolism for the show when you coming into it is the snake biting its own tail, eating its own tail.
Yeah.
Stuff. So, like, it gets into, you know, the wheel of time going through different ages. They literally say this, certain characters.
Yeah.
This age is coming to an end. Specifically, not, you know, this is the end of the world or this is it. It's no, this age is coming to an end. So the main characters of this series are a group of women who can channel energy. They can channel just the pure energy of the earth, like these different energies. So they're called the Aes Sedai, and they can channel, you know, like air, water, fire. They're very powerful spirits. And so the thing about this, they call it the one power. Mm-hmm. And the thing about this, though, is that originally only women were supposed to be able to channel this. Only women.
Rob.
And that's the main thing that stood out to me. I was like, oh,
yeah.
So finally, somebody I mean, I'm sure other projects have, but I just, you know, nothing stands out in my mind so clear, where they say, oh, this energy straight from the source is inherently connected to the woman. And all the information we didn't talked about, you know, with the female goddesses and with the, you know, XY chromosome, mitochondrial DNA, all of that. So that was like the first thing. I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm intrigued. And then, you know, they had the women broken up into these different, you know, factions and stuff. Mm-hmm. Some of them, they didn't deal with men. Some of them, they have these male companions called warders who protect them and, you know, sometimes have relationships with them because they're married to the mission. And, you know, the mission is to protect that source power, but also protect the other people from themselves,
right? Because
they recognize they in a privileged position to, you know, able to channel this source power. So, okay, that the women with the source power. The second thing that got me, okay, so when things get corrupted and somehow a male through this entity is able to touch the source, oh wow, when it does that, things go bad.
Chaos.
And it always seems to happen during the end of the age. Mm-hmm. Like they know it's coming. It's like it's almost on script. So during the end of the age, you know, men, they start rebelling, they start getting jealous, they have a little faction of men, the way of the light, and they call these women witches. And they prosecute them, and, you know, some of them getting their fingers chopped off and shit because, you know, they channel through their fingers and their hands and shit mostly. And so these men have been corrupted by this power that they're not even supposed to have.
Yep.
And in turn, done corrupted the state of the energy of the world, because then it just catapults into all this other unnatural, unwhole, unbalanced shit just gets out of whack.
Yep.
And then I was like, oh, okay. All right. So they just gonna go in like that. But then it gets into, you know, they go on this quest, people go on this quest, blah, blah, blah. And there's a group of them, and they all are points on this wheel, basically, blah, blah, blah. They got to fulfill this prophecy. But then in my head, I'm like, now that I know what I know about this wheel and astrology and these things and the terraforming of it, and, you know, I'm like, oh, okay. So literally this chessboard that we talk about getting up off of is more than just in the physical realm. We know, you know, the terraforming is, you know, galactic federation level.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Yep.
Well,
And it's this constant trying to get back to, like, because some men have, you know, they touch this power, they go crazy, they hear voices, they aren't able to harness it. Mm-hmm. But some men, through their connection, through their ability to connect with that feminine divine energy and know their place,
yep,
they're able to maintain some type of like balance on, because the original, then you see, you know, some of the women factions, they started battling. That's what happened first. Is the women factions was battling a little bit, you know, they was like, you know, some women was like, fuck these niggas, they ever touch the power, kill them. Yep. And then some women was like, no, we are governed by rules as well. We don't get to be, you know, the judge and the executioner and all that, and da da da. And so,
but that was the original. And this is what people don't understand. Really, the original, because at first I was like, okay, the original war was man on woman or woman on man. And then as I got deeper and started growing more, I said, wait a minute, let me scratch that. Because I can see a split to this day with certain type of women. It's two types. And I said, that was the original war. Because the original war was women on women who did not want men on the planet. That was the original war. Literally. That was the original war. No, people don't want to hear that, but that was the original war. So that's what they're showing you in that wheel of time. And it all has to be cleaned up.
Yeah, and a part of that is also the sisters who decided to start having the offsprings of these colonizers and protecting their seeds.
Yeah. That part too, yeah, through the one storyline, because you come to find out they looking for this one that's going, he the flip. He can go bad or they can go evil, you know, good or bad, you know, it's that one. And, you know, that one ended up being birthed in some very, you know, it's a mixed bloodline. So
exactly, because that's why the original war between the women happened, because they already knew that the bloodline was going to be corrupted. So the original men were just a split from the original women on the planet. But then you had a corruption of the bloodline with this other entity coming into the mix. And then the same original women that was told not to do what they did in the first place because it was foresaw what was going to happen, started mating with the other bloodline. So yes, absolutely.
Because that's what got division all up in the family.
Absolutely. You see it.
got
You can see it right now.
Yeah, because the half-breeds think that they're entitled to everything the full-bloods are entitled to and everything. And you got people bumping each other off to try and put their offspring in position to inherit everything. It's just
It's
a bunch
crazy.
of unnecessary shit
Yep.
that didn't
Drama.
have to happen.
Didn't have to happen. Didn't have to
And you
happen.
can't convince me that we agreed to this fuckery initially. Because if they colonized, if it was an invasion, that was with force. People fought and died. And for everybody to be so scared nowadays to talk about the ancestors, but don't do shit to protect the women and children. The ancestors back in the day, and I can go back to my grandfather and father and uncles. You disrespected a woman in the family, that was your ass.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't shit to talk about.
Mm-mm.
We didn't give a fuck if she was dead ass wrong. We handled that at the house.
Right.
But out there in the street, nigga, that's your ass.
It's true.
Nowadays, niggas watch their homeboys jump on their sister and be like, well, that's on that bitch.
Which that just blows my mind. I
mean, we fellas gotta quit being so weak. Period. Can't take an ass whooping. First thing you want to do is shoot. You get in an argument, you want to shoot. Even with the sisters, they be hurting you so goddamn bad with them words, cutting you so deep that you got to up pipe on a sister. Y'all weak as fuck. Super weak.
Hella weak.
And y'all think there's some room anywhere for y'all in this new movement?
exactly.
You eliminate yourself by your actions. Everything that happened to you, you asked for it to happen. You're told the rules of the game before you engage. And you do it anyway. If y'all was true motherfucking gangsters,
Uh-oh.
allegedly and supposedly to learn from them old gangster flicks. No women, no children.
Yep.
Or that was your ass.
Yep.
Now y'all punk bitches think that y'all get props and respect for that shit. Now you don't. The rules is still the same. No women, no children.
Y'all ain't even supposed to be running shit, so you should be taking orders from women.
But the thing is,
nigga,
we're on a prison planet. We all in prison. You got niggas want to be trustees.
Child.
You got everybody clicked up, doing their own damn thing.
The dog even in agreement. Keep on going.
Just trying to get by day.
Let him out.
When the whole purpose of the game is to get out of this bitch. Not to keep making claims to shit and trying to be here. All that's gonna do is bring you back. Period. We in prison, we in hell. It's the only place shit like this can happen. What it used to be has been colonized.
Yep.
It ain't what it used to be, and it ain't ever gonna be that again. That's why, as creators, we're supposed to be creating some whole new shit.
Exactly.
And it's either you on that level or you don't get to kick it. Period. It's that simple. Just like back in the day, if everybody was going out and you ain't had no money, when niggas got tired of spotting your ass,
Exactly. Every
you
week.
had to stay at the house.
Right.
I mean, period. You got to carry your own weight.
Yup.
Period. It's that simple. I ain't say it was easy,
Right.
but it's that simple. We got to do this shit. Ain't nobody coming to save us.
Nope.
No Galactic Federation. None of them bitches. If you're having health problems, address the issues that are doing that. The med beds ain't coming to help you if that's what you're waiting around for. Listening to that patriot shit.
Yep.
How one moment you gonna sit up and say that everything you need is within you, but then you sit up and permit yourself to be sick from what you're doing to yourself,
Right.
and say that you're waiting on the med beds to come out. What kind of fuckery is that? You say that you're God, you say that you're this, but you're always waiting on somebody else to do something.
Yeah.
Everything is everybody else's fault. You ain't got this because the government didn't do this. You ain't got this because that bitch did this. You ain't got this because of this. You ain't got this because of that. Maybe you ain't got shit because you vibrating too low to manifest anything.
That part.
The ultimate fuckery is you fucking yourself.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because that's what's going on. You stick a dick in your booty and then turn around cussing at other people.
Child.
Who stuck that in me? Who stuck that in
You
me?
ain't put no lube on it, nigga.
Child,
You
see?
fuck yourself.
This why we can't get no commercials on here.
But seriously though, since you see them, they still ramming
You know
the
what?
dildo up their own ass, talking about who fucking me, who fucking me.
And I just don't understand that. Because, I mean, obviously, that's the position you like. And if that's the position you like, do you, boo? Just shut the fuck up about it. This whining, and nothing is worse than hearing a grown ass motherfucker. Let me back that up. Nothing is worse than hearing a great ass, grown ass motherfucker whining. Year after year, decade after decade. And when you say, show me your resume, you ain't got shit to show for it.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
You know what's crazy about that?
What?
They ask us for receipts all day long.
Child be windmilling in my motherfucking comment section.
But let the Pan-African say something, or
yeah, you're from bloody bloody bloop bloop bloop. Yeah.
Or mainstream media.
Yeah.
And they take them at face value. They ain't got to
don't ask them for shit.
It's 100% true.
Right, simply because they said it.
Yeah, but stay in my motherfucking comment section, my little ass channel.
And ain't none of them proved shit. They showed that they could come up off of people that are waiting for other people to provide all the answers.
Absolutely, and they ain't gonna get shit.
I mean, and I ain't mad at them if, people want to pay for that type of entertainment.
They fleecing
I
them.
mean, right, but they can have that if that's what they want. My thing is this, though. I mean, look at the amount of viewers and subscribers that some of these mofos have.
Child.
I mean, shouldn't it be a whole bunch of motherfuckers flying around and doing all type of shit on the realm by now? As long as these motherfuckers been teaching and charging not to ask for their classes. I mean,
It should
where's
be
all these
that.
great students at?
Should nobody be sick?
Exactly. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, no disrespect to the past master teachers, because they had to deal with their mortality too. But
Absolutely.
at their time, they were only dealing with the information that was present
Exactly.
to them at that time.
Exactly.
But the only thing they were doing too was trying to figure their way out of this. And then they get caught up into certain aspects of things. They get caught up into the money.
Right.
They get caught up into being famous and fall off into shit, and then they got to pay the piper.
Yep.
Because I mean, you can't go there with the people and then backslide, to use terms that they familiar with.
Slide to the left. Slide to the right. That's what the motherfuckers be doing. Slide to the left. Slide to and the populace be going with their ass too. Now clap. They be doing a line dance on that motherfucker. Whatever way they say turn. Ain't nothing still happen. Ain't no schools been built. Ain't no reparations been paid out. Ain't no land been given over in Africa. Just shit talking. Shit talking. Shit talking.
If you ask me, it ain't been given over.
To learn the plan that symbolic shit is enough for a nigga. When they see these motherfuckers just take the bare fucking minimum, take just the bullshit, they eat the bullshit up, they're just like, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they ain't got no land back. I mean, I hear people say they done this, done that with patents, etc. But are you controlling the mineral rights since you went to court and done all this, that, or the other?
No.
Have you proceeded with evicting people and collecting past due shit, this, that, or the other? Because
no.
I'm just saying, if you done did all that and can trace everything back to all the motherfuckers who done been on there and who all owe you some coins, why are you still doing PayPal and Cashapp and Patreon and all that shit? Because you should be sitting on billions upon billions, because the government put stuff in trust because they knew that they was on your land. And all this stuff that sounds good, all the promises the corporation has made, has broken every treaty. And now all of a sudden people think that they're going to honor
something
this.
Gonna be honored, right? I'm like, based on what?
When it wasn't meant for you
in the first
place.
Right.
They was the one giving out these things to their peoples.
Exactly.
Making sure that they was all right.
Exactly.
They started over. And if I remember correctly, they say that Congress has the right to even go back on all that they can alter all that.
That's what we've been reading up in the treaties.
Yeah, I mean, you have the right to do away with a contract. And so why enter into those contracts that don't benefit you?
And that it's your resources. Let's not forget that. It's your
they
shit.
They brought nothing to the party, but they cutting deals. Ain't brought nothing to the party. But when they sit up and dole out your liquor and your food at your party. and you still dancing and jumping around
Slide
like
to
a
the left.
monkey.
Slide to the right. Keep going. Clap. Exactly.
You know,
Exactly, sis.
one of the things I found out is that in studying that we had our own network of commerce before they even got here. We were selling and bartering in whatever way they did it back in the day between each other. That's that big old giant network of conversing with that whole interactive section. And that's like all the United States, the whole United States. So each tribe was doing their own thing. And so then they came over here, I guess, and they saw it and start copying it and, changing the paperwork to their benefit and creating frauds so they can get a part of the action that was going on over here.
Well, they had already had in their little raggedy defense. But yes, what you're saying, there was already a form of commerce on these shores.
I'm talking about 100 AD or BC and all that before they even touched these shores.
Oh, well, I can't speak for that, so I'm going to shut the hell on up.
You're
I'm going to shut the hell on up.
You're talking about the 1800s. I'm talking about it.
No, I was talking about the 1500s, but okay.
Or the 1500s, but I'm talking about the 1 to 300s back in the day.
I can't vouch for that, but okay. Yeah.
Well, I was reading it that they had it set up back in the 100 BCE to 500 CE. The tribes were doing that. So I was really surprised to see how intense the trade was, along the rivers and, the thoroughfares and all that kind of stuff. They had already set everything up.
Yeah, we were colonized.
Huh? Colonizing?
We were colonized.
Yep.
You forget about Inky and
Binky, Linky, them, right.
I mean, this is before they came.
Oh, now I ain't finna agree with that now. Now that I ain't fenced enough.
Not on the Hopewell, but before Inky and those guys came.
When Inky and them, first of all, we didn't need none of that.
No, we didn't need them.
We didn't need, not Inky and them. I don't need no coin or no commerce when everything was provided. So what you talking about was here before Inky and them?
I'm talking.
Huh? I'm sorry, sis, go ahead.
I was reading here that they had a society already established where they dispensed sets of populations and connected with common networks of trade and trade routes and stuff like that. So
why would we need? I'm not agreeing with that.
We were trading within different tribes. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but not from the commerce perspective.
Well, that is commerce.
Okay, I thought you said there was coins and stuff before Inky them.
No, coins were produced later, but
okay, all right. I apologize.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree with all. So,
well, considering that I'm just thinking, consider we had no known history before Inky and them. Everything that happened after their arrival.
Now you cut. Is it me cutting out or y'all cutting out?
I think we all are.
Child, and we ain't talking about nothing. Well, damn.
They just extra press.
Yeah, we ain't talking about nothing. Go ahead.
Well, I think at this point we think we ain't talking about nothing. But they like, damn, these niggas is talking.
I dare them.
After the giant trees were cut down and everything, and Mama was terraformed with these.
Yeah, because that's when we started falling. When them trees came down.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
And the fact that there are structures
that they
here.
had the ancient trees in there too.
The fact that there are structures here that go back that predate the dates that you've given, Sis Sandra. I mean, we've been dealing with them for quite a while,
quite
and we
some
know that
time.
they instituted commerce, they instituted spirituality, religion,
Right.
all
Yeah,
this
they
shit.
did instituted all that too. Yeah, but what I'm talking about is like Curry Mayo gave a video on the Pliocene man, and that was found to be dated 2 million years ago.
Who did, sweetie?
Curry Mayo.
Oh, okay, cool. You mean okay?
Yeah, he did it where they found they pretended it was all fake and there was no indigenous black folks here before. And the scientists tried to debunk it. But so if we were here 2 million years ago, according to this Pliocene man, and they found more Pliocene people in that stratosphere of the planet, archaeologists did. So that means we had to be doing something. Maybe they have destroyed all the technology, all the information that we had. So because the victor controls the history.
That part.
But when have they been able to accurately predate anything? So now we trust in their numbers?
Well, it's 2 million years ago, better than what.
Yeah, but how can they predate something 2 million years ago when they can't even carbon date something 100 years ago? For real.
Well, I think it's more.
Yeah, at best they can just say it come from this layer of the earth.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They said it came from the Pliocene level of the planet, the dirt. I
remember that video because they had the gold. It was the minerals and everything in them skulls.
Right.
And they was trying to say, oh no, it was just washed up this way. It was like, no, it's literally in the earth.
Embedded in that layer.
But how long have they been trying to embed themselves into a place that they didn't exist in?
Yep. That is so true.
Whoever wins is the one to write the history, right?
Yeah, we've been busting them left and right where they didn't change stuff.
Yeah.
So either way.
Yeah, child.
Either way, whatever the era that was back then is gone. We ain't supposed to be trying to hold on to none of this shit that they created.
Stop bringing up.
Because at this point, they ain't about to be like, oh yeah, we dug up some ancient niggas. Like when they've been doing all this work to hide them ancient niggas. No.
Yeah.
Right, because when you go to.
So anybody they dig up, they're going to be trying to make them somebody else. They was like, oh yeah, here's an indigenous white man. Like, okay.
The funniest shit ever, I was in Belize. And we were on a tour, and I hate going on those tours. And when people travel with me now, they know we better skip these tours because this woman gonna have an attitude and she gonna wanna get into it. And I'll be respectful about it. With the tour guide, I don't try to showboat. I pull him to the side and have this discussion. We in Belize, and this tour guide got to talking about the Olmec heads. And it was like, just didn't want to say that they had Black Negro features.
No, they don't.
And I was on that motherfucking tour bus balling, baby. I'm like, okay, so any other time, broad nose, big lips, that's associated with Black. But you just gonna skip over all that part. I mean, we looking at the shit in stone, but you wants to conveniently skip over that. Just like you want to skip over the mummies and shit that had locks. Oh, you gonna skip over that part, huh?
Right. I was about to say with the locks part because they don't never show the back of them Olmec heads. The ones that don't got
they had the motherfucking beads in their head and shit. Right. With this and they shit. Right. With this on they shit. So you gonna skip over all of that. Because people with this type of hair are supposed to be over in Africa. You just gonna skip over that shit, huh? So we already know that the victors change history. And the messed up shit about this is that it happened much, much sooner than we think. They just flipped this shit in the, 1800s. They literally just reversed this history in the 1800s. Where the planet went from being majority black ruled, then it turned out it got switched in the 1800s to white rulership.
That's the power of the press. That's that.
That the whites were the Greeks. They were the Romans. They were the Hebrews.
They were everything.
They were the Indians. They were everything but the Africans.
Right.
And I'm not going to sit up here and put it all on the Caucasian race, because you can understand the Caucasian race wanting that feeling of superiority. But the fact that melanated people / black people windmill you to carry the fucking title of slave.
Right.
They literally windmill you. They want to carry that title of slavery. They want to pass that legacy on to their babies. To say the only thing that you ever did was rule Africa some thousands of something years ago.
With no clothes on.
Because they done romanticize
What you say with no clothes on?
motherfucking trauma.
Yeah, the Bushmen, you know. Whoa.
And it's just fucking sad. The only thing black folks get upset about if they see Caucasian in their kente cloth,
Yeah, the kindergarten.
a motherfucking dashiki, or if they trying to claim that Egyptian title.
That's right.
They want a windmill. Meanwhile, black folks was across the whole planet. Yep, even them Europeans. This shit just happened since the 1800s.
That's that 1871 time. You know, all that changing of the ages and what's his name? Grant with the smallpox and Greenwald with the New York Times. They start writing it. They start writing it in the photography. I think photography.
Absolutely. Like again, when I went over that Stewart stuff being changed to white, and they literally had in there where they was told not to say that the Stewarts were black.
Wow.
So we know that it was changed. Just like with the Jamaica drop, they literally had to put a law on the books in Jamaica to allow white people to immigrate to Jamaica. And this was after the first round of immigrants came to Jamaica, which was black Europeans.
Okay, South Africa is the same.
So how in the fuck can white people be running a plantation when they weren't even allowed until after the original black Europeans were there? This shit is recent.
Right.
That's how easy it is to change something.
Reset.
And people will literally not even believe they own grandmama and them or who they are. Because brother so-and-so with the dashiki on, motherfucker told you that you African. We put ourselves in this situation as a collective. So as we're going over this first one, the French and Indian War, we're going through this book specifically because it is showing you how the different Indian tribes were lining up with either the French, the French were colonizers, or either the Brits, colonizers. Now they're warring with each other over the Indians' shit. So something was wrong with the psyche of the ancestors back then, where you would allow foreigners to come into your home and fight over your shit. Something is wrong. And we carry the same mentality today. Now, of course, not all of us, but as a collective, the same mentality exists. No sense of ownership of anything. No sense of what legacy am I leading or leaving. I'm just here. I'm just trying to get what I can get. And what you're getting is a temporary bag. It's sad. So a lot of serious cleanup has to be done. A lot of honesty has to go on. And just because you black, brown, that don't mean shit. It's truly, what are you about? What's your character? Because once I see how you move, I know your character. And if I keep watching how you move, I can piece together pretty much your bloodline. That's what we need to start getting real about. Because being hugged up with somebody just for the sake of being hugged up, because supposedly and allegedly we got the same story and we look alike, that don't work for me. Who are you? What are your values? What type of character you have? I'm watching the way you move. And if you're foul, you're foul. If you're a degenerate, you're a degenerate. A lot of people should have been cut off at the knees a long time ago. It's a lot of weaklings that's been able to skate by. And it's stinking up the whole barrel. When that shit was supposed to be plucked and thrown away. And that's on every side. I'm talking women and me. And if you a degenerate, you a motherfucking degenerate. I'm not sitting up here coddling you, stroking your ego, none of that. All right. So now that we done got off of the auntie and uncle moment, did anybody else have anything? Shit, that made me come up here and have to itch my motherfucking scarf every week.
Yes.
Oh, this bullshit.
I'm glad.
Shit. All right, fam.
I will say this,
Go
though,
ahead.
sis.
Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Now they talking impeachment.
For who?
Forbidden.
Child, let me... You say what now?
Yeah, they talking about impeachment.
Based on what?
Tapes then leaked out about them sneaking them immigrants in here.
Wait a minute, which ones? Or it really don't matter. You mean the Haitian ones or another group?
I think some of them from
Afghanistan. Afghanistan.
Yeah, flying them in by the plane loads. After hours, a cop got some body cam footage where he was talking to one of the pilots, and the pilots built it all. Said they sneaking in the middle of the night because they ain't supposed to be doing that. They got to keep everything. under wraps because the people will find out that Biden been treasonous and against the
But
people.
didn't Obama do that bullshit too? Wasn't he accused of sneaking in immigrants and shit too?
Yeah, but they got footage of this.
Oh,
chucking them
hell
in by the
no.
bus loads and
Get them,
plane
y'all.
loads. Everything.
Get them. Is it the those patriarch men that's got that footage on that ass?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's the media. They had it on
Child,
Fox News.
You lying. You know I got
They
to go
had it
pull
on
that.
Fox.
What?
Yeah. So you know if they talking about it on mainstream media,
That's huge. That's huge.
Something about to happen. And then he running around calling people son of bitches and all
That
types
man's
of
got
shit.
Alzheimer's as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and the kids too, Clout Committee. Up, they bringing in kids by the bus load and plane loads. Just kids.
Right. Same old trafficking.
You know, we can't even
They
say
just
that.
wanna,
Supposedly
we
and
caught him in
allegedly.
the act. We caught him in the act. Oh,
No, but
okay.
they don't have to do nothing. They just bringing them here and just taking them into the further into the states and everything. They was dropping them off in New York, upstate New York, and all type of places. Just release them.
And here, you can't get a motherfucking tic-tac in this bitch. You go up there and try to, I'm on hard times. I done lost my job. Bitch, I don't care. You can't get a tic-tac.
I tried to get 400.
You breaking up, sis.
I heard the internet go.
Okay, there you go.
They were trying to give the people 400,000
$400K for what?
for their families being separated from them. The illegal DACAs. When they're
Yeah, they was talking about per person.
Per person?
Per person.
Ain't they locking people up for the PPP and Elemento loans?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you can't get a tic-tac up in this bitch.
all this was in the summer. No,
But ain't nobody concerned about that. Just the fact that they can dig up all of this money for everything else. But again, I can't walk in no office and even get a tic-tac.
Mm-mm.
All right. Okay, I'm going to have to look that up, though, Brother Sean, on that.
Okay.
I saw it.
Yeah, I might have to do something separate on that. Child, they are clowning.
But they tried to run the Haitians out.
I ain't tried to.
They did.
Well, I was just being nice.
Exactly.
They did. Shit. Well, y'all know Texas. You better not call your raggle ass. You gonna try to sneak over to the States? Your ass better not come through Texas, baby. Because Texas don't play. They don't play. You better hit them underground tunnels if you come in. You better hit them motherfucking underground tunnels. Make some arrangements via them underground tunnels. But you could try to cross your regular ass if you want to in some flip-flops. Cross that gate. You saw them. They like, no, you're not coming through here. But that Haitian stuff was some bullshit to me. Because how you gonna go from the island way over yonder? You gonna pass Florida. You done passed the Carolinas. Georgia. You pass all of that shit. Even past Louisiana. And you gonna hit Texas. But you say you went from Haiti. I heard they said they went from Haiti to South America to Mexico. That shit, the math ain't mathing.
They got tickets. They were given
Right.
tickets to go anywhere they want.
Again, the math is not mathing. You got money to get a plane ticket to go to South America, but I see you at the border with some motherfucking flip-flops on. The math don't math for me.
They said the United States was giving them tickets, I think.
Now see, I ain't gonna now. That math adds up.
Yeah, they were given tickets to go anywhere in the country.
That math adds up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That adds up to me. But Texas said, not today. Tomorrow or next week either.
You know, another thing that's happening too, that the Supreme Court dude that's 83 years old.
That's about to retire.
Yeah, you know, they looking to put they were talking about putting Harris in as the Supreme Court justice.
Wait a minute, who?
Harris. They had the
vice president lady.
Yeah, they had 3 others that they have on the thing, but before that they had the 3 others. They were talking about put her in there, and I don't know if they're gonna still do that, but you know, she was the Attorney General in California,
right?
And that should you some.
You breaking up too.
You breaking up.
But still talking about that recent.
Yeah,
they were talking that recently though. So if they're still talking about that, trying to.
Oh, brother Sean, I ain't.
Yeah,
that.
we ain't heard nothing you said. You there? Okay.
Hello?
Okay, that's better.
Oh,
Maybe.
hear me now?
You still breaking
Yeah,
up.
I'm here.
Okay, you still breaking up
Hello?
though. Yeah.
Yeah,
they don't want him to give a response.
Yeah, I don't know.
messing with all,
Yeah.
they messing with all of us.
Yeah, I know.
Mm. Okay.
No,
We got the hotness on the line. They was like, oh, they done added some more niggas on the line.
Right, we about tired of them, but again, we really ain't talking about nothing.
They said only 8 people are watching.
I see 105.
I got 8.
Child.
Oh, shout out to Alabama. My phone broke, so I don't have your number if you're on here.
Okay.
This is Sandra, by the way. I met Alabama. I had his number, you know, broke, and I.
Okay. No, you show up as you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me bring in Nisi Poo, if you want to come on, raise your hand. And then Brother Odell is on too. So okay, I'm gonna bring on. Okay, there she go. Hey, Nisi Poo.
Greetings.
Hey.
Peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love.
So I have something juicy for the land report.
Oh, okay then. Come on with it now.
All right, so I'll try to be quick. This is coming from UnCONPromeyezed.org. It's just a little bit of history on auctions. Me and a brother, Back for What's Mine, shout out to brother Back for What's Mine. He actually went to an auction today to see how it was. It was online.
Oh, that was back for What's Mine. Okay, I saw the little video. Oh, so what's the website, Nisi Poo?
It's called UnCONPromeyezed. So I think econ is short for economic.
Okay, port. Okay.
And so it's just talking about the history of auctions, because it was like, I wanted to find out, like, how did they really dispose of the property, right? Because you hear in the slavery narrative that so-called slaves were sold off on an auction block, right?
Right.
And so I'm looking and I'm like, okay, let me find out, the history of auctions and how that actually happened in the Americas, specifically when they started auctioning off the land in the 1800s.
Uh-huh.
So this is some juicy history, y'all.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to jump around the article a little bit just to get to the points. The history of auctions extends back to 500 BC when Herodotus reported the use of an auction. These auctions were for the purpose of selling women under the condition that they be married following purchase. Whether or not these auctions were ascending or descending bid auctions was not recorded. The Roman Empire used auctions to liquidate property and estate goods. The mechanism implemented was referred to as the atrium auctionarium.
Mm-hmm.
It is not known whether or not these auctions were ascending or descending bid auctions, but the name used for the market mechanism would lead one to deduce that the auctions were ascending. All right, so let me scoot down. Within the Roman Empire, the atrium auctionarium was also used by the soldiers to sell goods acquired under the spear. Probably the most bizarre account of early auctions concerned the year 193 AD, when the entire Roman Empire was put on the auction block after being sacked. Aside from the earlier accounts of the Roman auctions, there also exists evidence of Buddhist monks in China using auctions to fund the creation of temples, as it became customary to auction off the property of deceased monks for this purpose. All right, so scoot down. The earliest modern era of auctions appeared in the Oxford English Dictionary in 1595. Therefore, the presence of auctions in England preceded this date yet, but how much is not known. Following the appearance of auctions in the Oxford English Dictionary, the London Gazette often reported the auctioning or artwork at coffee houses and taverns throughout London in the late 17th century. So I'm gonna pause right there because they still do that today. So if someone wants to sell their house for sale by owner and not deal with banks, they normally put it in the local newspaper. Early auction house in for sale by owner is kind of like an auction to a certain extent.
Okay.
Early auction houses were created in the 18th century. Sotheby's was created in 1744 and Christie's was in 1766. Early accounts of the use of auctions in America occurred in the South when slaves were often sold at auction. However, this is me interjected. It wasn't no slaves, it was the land. They was auctioning the land. Auctions were also used to liquidate at estates. This is coming from the article, so now they're bringing it back to what I'm trying to say. Auctions were also used to liquidate estates. Interestingly, it was common for the owner of auction goods to remain anonymous because the social norms of the time did not look favorably upon auctions. So that's where the fuckery comes in. So this is also part of the fuckery report. How in the hell are you going to make the owner remain anonymous?
Right.
That's because they were not the real owners.
They were selling somebody else's stuff.
Exactly. So what goes on then is still going on now. A lot of these folks is running auctions on property that don't belong to them. It might have been, just vacant property that's just been sitting for a long time. And someone said, let's go to the county. Let's go talk to my homeboy, who's the assessor at the county tax assessor's office.
I was going to say at the tax assessor's office. Yep.
So a lot of stuff was done that way at the county level. And a lot of those auctions that happened to our ancestors' estates were done illegally. And the people who claimed to be owning it remained anonymous. And that's how that happened. All right, let me read this last paragraph and then I'll yield. Aside from the early modern records of the use of auction mechanisms in England and America, auctions were used in the Netherlands and Germany as well in the later part of the 19th century. Auctioning in the Netherlands dates back to 1887, but I think it dates back farther than that.
Yep.
When it was used for the sale of fruits and vegetables. Reportedly, a grower named Jongerling arrived at the inland harbor, Broek op Langendijk in North Holland. That's the name of the city.
Okay.
Upon arrival, he discovered a strong demand for his produce, and instead of liquidating his produce in the usually customary fashion of selling to a specific dealer, He decided to allow the buyers to compete with each other by using an auction. And I think that that kind of ties into what Auntie Rhonda was not, excuse me, Auntie Sandra was talking about like how we used to trade back in the day. The markets were open, like just open markets, and people would just bring their stuff, you know, and they would like bid on like, okay, I give you 5. You know how like you go to the Chinese store up in Manhattan and you know they shit overpriced.
Right.
And so you see a shirt you like and you be like, I ain't paying $30.
Right.
I give you 20.
Exactly. Okay. Now you give me 2 for 30. Yeah.
So that's how we shop like that today. We still do, because I know I do. I tell my children all the time, don't you pay full price. Like you go over there, you try to get a deal.
Right.
So we sent Asia to get her violin with her brother, and it was at a pawn shop. And it was, I said, make sure you try to get a little, you know, if it's 50, you tell me you give them 40.
Yeah, you teaching them right. That's right. Bargain.
So does anybody want to put anything on the auction, the history of auctions and lands in America? Does anybody know anything about that? I
mean, I don't. I only know what they told us, and I know it's some bull, but.
Well, the crazy thing that I found out doing my research on, you know, getting an auction property is it's pretty much open to anyone. So this guy had asked a question, because I was in this group, and he asked the question, I'm in Canada, can I bid on the property? And the guy said, absolutely.
That's something.
Absolutely.
But say if a county doesn't want foreign buyers in their county.
Nope.
Oh wow. I thought that the county could restrict it.
No, they can't. There's actually inside of every real estate transaction, it asks if you are a foreigner, and you have to click a box. Yep.
Wow.
You can buy property and you can get auction property. It does not matter where the hell you are from.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe if that's the case, if the county has supposedly and allegedly they own a bunch of parcels of land and they're restricting it to no foreign buyers.
Nope, they can't do that because it goes against you know that you can't discriminate against national origin.
So it would fall under that.
That's part of that. Yep.
Okay, so what about when people say, okay, if you have to be, that's probably if you're borrowing the money. What I'm trying to thinking about is you have to live in the property for so many years. You can't. So in other words, you can't be an investor. You can't buy it and rent it out.
Right. So if you are using, like, say, the VA loan, you have to agree to live in it for at least a year. If you're using a USDA loan, you have to, or a grant, you have to agree to live in it for, I think it's 3 to 5 years, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
And then, but for sale by owner, they're not restricted to the terms and conditions of the bank.
Okay, that makes sense. So if you're borrowing the money from the bank, then they can put those restrictions on it. But if you're paying cash,
right,
it doesn't matter. Okay.
Exactly. And then like these owners are getting crazy over here. They do an owner financing now. So you could get a piece of property, say the property's $12,000. They'll be like, okay, well, put $500 down and pay me $120 every month.
Whoa. So I mean, do you think, not think, because you would know, like, we know that the price of housing is just forget about it right now. But the cost of, like, the actual vacant land, is that still relatively inexpensive, or what's going on with that?
It's inexpensive in some areas. So, for example, if you're looking at vacant land in Arizona, it's gonna be cheap as hell. And so everyone's like, "Oh man, that's crazy! I can get 1,000 acres in Arizona for $50,000. And it's like, yeah, but where the hell you gonna get some water from? Do you know how far?
Yeah,
like
that's what I was going to
just,
ask you. Yeah, what about water, plumbing, sewage, electricity? Okay.
and that's the part that a lot of people do not think about, because they look like, okay, well, I'll just get some land and, you know, I'll live off grid. Okay, yeah, that sounds good until you get your ass out there and you start hearing wolves and damn bears and little insects that you ain't never heard before.
And snakes. And I got to have
Yes.
a flushable toilet. I'm not finna sit up here and lie. So I'm, you know, melanated black men. That's what I be talking about. Nigga, you gonna have to know how to swing a hammer with me or have some money. Cause I'm not finna
That
get
part.
attacked in no motherfucking woods by no bear, and I'm trying to relieve myself.
And the other thing is, a lot of these crisis actors, so-called woke folks, will have you, oh, you got to get out of the city and you got to go here. Okay, living in rural areas have very great benefits.
Yes.
It is good to get out the city if you can, but be realistic. And then on top of it, that person who's telling you to get out the city, did they take their ass out the city?
Hell no.
So you got to.
They don't even know how to plant a seed.
Sure don't. But it's a lot of work. I've been following this one sister who moved off grid just to see what her journey was like. And she's having challenges because she bought land thinking that she was just going to move off grid and it was going to be beautiful. Man, she found out how far they had to dig to get water to run a well. And it ended up costing her $25,000, which was more than what she paid for the land. And you ain't even electricity yet. Yeah. You're just talking about water.
Water, you have to put your water on the electric of the grid of the company. You can't just dig a well.
It depends on the zoning, though.
Well, in Cali, I'm in Cali.
Oh, well, yeah, shit. We know. Just forget about it in Cali. You ain't fenced in a... Cali won't even allow you to build up.
No, they won't. Unless if it's zoned for that, you can and all that kind of stuff.
And the money that you have to pay, child, ain't nobody studying Cali. But... But yeah,
all your folks is moving over here, Auntie Sandra. Yeah, they all coming over here. When you coming?
Right, driving up property values. But yeah, but that's a great point, Nisi Poo, about living off grid. So it's great to own land, but you do have to take those things into consideration. You know, can you connect to the grid? Is it already connected to the grid? So meaning your water, your sewer, your electricity. Now you can go all without those things. And they call them the compost toilets. Now I just have to be real with myself. That's not going to work with me with covering it up with charcoal and stuff and I'm bombing and stuff. I know me. My nerves is too bad. I got a motherfucking boudet. My toilet here. So you know, goddamn well, I can't crap in no compost. I got to be real with me now. I can't do it. I got to be real.
Is it heated seat? It got heated seats too, Auntie?
No, it's not heated seats. I'm not that bad. But literally, I have a motherfucking boudet. So I can't go from a boudet to crapping. And then I got to wipe my ass 1,075 times. And then I got to watch the water. No, I want my shit clean. So I have to be realistic with myself. So when we talk about people being builders, these are the things we're talking about. People talk all of this shit. But where are the skills to build infrastructure?
Absolutely.
Where are the skills?
And then when you start talking about the skills that need to be put in place to build infrastructure based off your experience, I'm speaking for myself.
Right.
You hear crickets or you hear a lot of shit talking. Child. And it'd be like, just shut the hell up. Y'all bitches is dumb and y'all don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't want to know what you're talking about because anybody, even if you have owned a home, my mom, she's a hot motherfucking mess, y'all. Should be no Surprise, because I'm a hot mess. She taught me this from a young girl. Do not ever buy a home with a man that's lazy. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because if he a lazy man, he better have some long money. So my motto is, nigga, can you swing a hammer? Now, if I give you a list and you don't get that shit done, and you ain't got no money to pay somebody to get said list done, your ass is out of there. Now, we're just talking about to maintain a home. You have to spend money just to maintain a home. And here people are running their mouth when you're talking about entire infrastructures that need to be built. And see, these is the things that be pissing me off to the highest level of pissivity when folks want to get on this black power shit and you haven't built anything.
Nope. Ask them what skill set do they have, and
besides
they can't
talking
give
shit.
You shit, exactly.
I remember back in the day, you learned how to do shit because you didn't want another man in your house.
Because
I'm
that woman. I'm that woman. Motherfucker, I don't play. I got the maintenance man on dial, and I'm taking it out of your motherfucking account, or you out of here. But this my house. Oh, this is your shit. I don't give a fuck. Get out till I get my shit. Get the fuck out till I get my shit. But continue, Brother Sean.
Yeah, because a lot of times the maintenance man or the mechanic wind up getting a punani.
Because they useful. Why shouldn't they get some? God damn it. They useful. Shit.
I'm telling you, ain't nothing more sexier than a man who know how to build some shit. I don't give a
shit. You sitting around talking shit? What do you think that's doing for my sexual organs? Not a motherfucking thing. Can you swing that hammer? Or what's that bank account doing? It's one or the other.
Power trip.
One of the other, bruh. So they supposed to come in and steal your woman.
Having neither. These
niggas they be talking shit. What you say? Yeah.
You missed my nasty joke, Auntie. I said, do you got a power drill?
Right. That part. And you know what? I'm going to put that on the back burner. We're going to talk about that later. Nigga, let's talk about this physical swinging of thy hammer or that bank account. But what you not finna do is just run your motherfucking mouth, have nothing, and think you finna sit up and stay at home playing video games, scratching your nuts, eating up the children's snacks. No, get the fuck out. Oh, this your shit? I still don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out till I get my shit. We have allowed men that have no value to sit comfy motherfucking cozy with their motherfucking legs crossed. And that's not how the game is supposed to be played.
And for the women who, have men like that, and we tend to see the potential, right? And it's okay to see the potential. But if he ain't making no damn strides after 30 days, what's that? 30? You got 30 days, and then it's 60 days is past due, and then 90 days is considered bad debt, and you go with your ass to collections. That means it's over.
Over with
now,
OVA.
You got, yeah, it's done after that. So, yeah, you could see the potential in them, and see what. Sometimes people are going through some stuff, but after 90 days, that's it for me. And I'm married, so I ain't gotta have them.
Right, I know. Okay, so this the auntie moment, y'all.
I'm bonded with that metaphorical power drill. Some of them doing that too. Fuck the potential.
Hey, thank you, son, because I got the auntie scarf back on. Let me tell you one goddamn thing. After 30, you hit 35, nigga, you don't fit the potential category. I don't hear I'm about to, I'm fixing to, I'm in school, nigga, I don't want to hear none of it. You don't make the cut. at 35, hell to the no, no, no. You don't deserve a woman's time. That means you can't afford a family. You don't need to be dating. Go on and pay for you some and sit the fuck down somewhere. Now, fuck that potential. That's how these young girls out here getting stuck. Fuck a potential. Nigga, go get it. You supposed to have it before you talk about a family. So now you don't get no motherfucking 30 days with me, bitch. You come in the door swinging that hammer, or you had that motherfucking bank account. I don't want to hear no side motherfucking story about your baby mama, your cousin, uncle, father, bitch. I don't want to hear it. You're supposed to have it. Literally, you got 40 plus motherfuckers sitting up here talking about the potential, and I need a good woman. Well, nigga, you ain't a good man. What the fuck make you think you deserve a good woman when you done fucked over women for decades?
I wasn't talking about them niggas now, auntie. I was talking about the young men. But yeah, your play, yeah, you don't get no, 35 and up now. You ain't get no 90 days.
Fuck out of here, yeah.
You might not get one day.
You get one coffee date, no. One motherfucking coffee date. And you let the wrong thing come out your motherfucking mouth. You got the wrong aura. If I sniff weakness in your DNA, that's the last coffee date you gonna have with me, bruh. I promise you that. It's not acceptable. What you say, Brother Sean?
Look at nature. I mean,
hell yeah.
Let's look at the peacocks. If your plumage ain't on point and big, she ain't fucking with you.
No. How you gonna have raggedy feathers and then with your beak? But I'm getting it together. Right. Nigga, you ain't got, I don't see the feathers together now, though. I don't want to hear what you getting together, nigga. This is what you're displaying right at this moment. And the answer is no.
What?
So, they cut Brother Sean off.
I think he's breaking up.
Yeah, he breaking up. All right, Nisa.
Yeah,
how we get on that? I don't even know how we got on that. But anyway.
I don't know either.
But it needed to be said, though. Young girls.
So. Because we was talking about building, because that's what the key is. And you know what, to bring it back up, there's a brother in the chat, I think his name is Jeremiah something. Mm-hmm. And he was saying something about, our ancestors, and I hear this a lot. Our ancestors are the Olmecs, the Mayans, the ancient Greeks, and all of these folks who built all these things. Okay, that's great, but what are you going to do?
Exactly.
Because every time somebody get woke, they go get a t-shirt press. It's like, what the fuck?
A t-shirt.
I'm tired of a damn t-shirt. And no offense to people, because they do want to put their brand out, and that's hot. I love it. I buy the shirt.
Right.
I buy the
supporters.
Shirt. But at the end of the day, if you woke and you know all this stuff,
you're supposed to
why
be building.
Aren't you getting into building?
Men build. Let's just cut all it. You know what? We ain't got to make this shit complicated. Men build.
And women decorate that bitch, okay? Because I will come in there with some curtains,
We will lay that motherfucking shit out. Now I'm going to say this again. Men build. End of story. You don't have shit to talk about, shit to stand on if you can't build infrastructure. You're just doing this. And that's not fuckable.
Mm-mm.
It's not fuckable. Now, I don't know how y'all grew up. That's not fuckable. Young women, do not waste your youth. Do not waste your time. I didn't waste my youth. I don't motherfucking regret it. You are a builder. If he's not a builder, there's no conversation that you need to have with this nigga. Not what he's fencing to do, what he about to do. Builder. It's no excuse for it.
For the men, like, why is your life focused on getting some pussy or being a motherfucking liability? Like, you need to take accountability for your goddamn self. Build yourself up, nigga. Why do you take pride in being a liability and attaching yourself to a female that's going if you get a female that put up with that shit, like, that's just, like, what is that? So at the same time, these women, don't accept that shit, but niggas, don't just be like, oh, well, these women ain't accepting that shit. Let me find one that will.
And like, that's exactly what they doing. And then get pissed with the women that, you think you too good, nigga, I am.
Sure am. Fuck that. And on top of that, you know, a lot of these women out here, just to be on the defense of the good niggas, y'all bitches need to get y'all shit together. Y'all need to get y'all shit together too. You know, you're supposed to be doing everything that you can to keep your family together, keep your family straight, and make sure that you keep yourself together.
Exactly.
We come into relationships all hurt and carry baggage into the next
with some
relationship.
Bullshit. Exactly.
Yeah, and it's like, hold on, you just fucked up a good one. Like, I be sitting
and I don't be feeling sorry. I just sit back. You went from a man that was working, that was paying the bills, you chilling this, that, and the third, but that wasn't exciting enough, so now you with a nigga to kick your ass. So, bitch, don't come whining to me.
And be happy with what you have. Like, oh my God, we always looking to see what somebody else fucking has. Then you find, you get a hold of these fuck-ass gurus who tell you everything is yours and you got to do this and do that.
Run through your panties, your bank account, all of that.
Have you in all them damn Zoom meetings and webinars, filling your head up, file this paperwork, file that paperwork, and you can have the motherfucking sky. Where your sky at then, nigga?
Right. As they don't work. As they don't work. Let's not forget that part. As they don't work.
Yes. And then y'all both too not working. Can't even feed yourself, going to get PPP loans and all that extra shit, and they ain't even got no damn employees to pay. Did your shit get forgiven though? Probably not. So you better watch out, because they might come back for your ass.
Oh, they
you
coming
ain't got
for
that
them.
PPP money.
They coming for them. They locking them up.
And I'm gonna give Clout. I'm thinking about giving. Hold on, let me ask you something, Scotty. Should I give Clout that information?
No, because Clout be snapping. If you no, because if you finna I know how Clout is. If you finna get some information on the motherfucker that's just raggedy, no, I just seen a little bit of Clout was eating somebody the fork up on somebody else's little chat. I'm like, well, damn, Clout, you snapping. Don't give it to her.
I see. They called my girl Green, and I was listening to that shit. I was like, how the fuck they gonna call her Green? They don't even know her. And what she's saying is the same shit that I would have said. And so I'm like, God damn, these folks is just dumb. So I could see why, and it wasn't that you just called her Green. They try to make it seem like she don't know what she's talking about.
But they always
the people
do
who
that,
are
though.
listening. The people who are listening really needed to hear what the hell she was saying, but they kept cutting her off because they want to mislead people. And that's what I be getting tired of. And I know she is too. Like, stop misleading these people because these folks are young. Like, some of these folks, they follow me on Instagram, so I'm checking out their pages and they are literally young.
And that's what breaks my heart.
Yes, and you're gonna get these youngsters in some fuck shit listening to y'all not knowing how to read fucking asses. Like, how the hell is you on YouTube and saying that you're this and you're that, and you don't even know how to read? Like, just fundamental stuff. And I don't get me wrong, because I will get a word or two wrong.
Y'all my country ass do it all the time.
But I know how to interpret words.
Right. I know how to look that shit up in the dictionary when I don't fucking understand it either.
But folks ain't even doing that much. They're just regurgitating some shit that they done heard and they know it's wrong. But they still regurgitate it over and over. It's like, how y'all know this shit was wrong then. Why y'all still talking about it?
And know that folks got locked up over it. And the rule of thumb really should be, if you have not done it for yourself, you shouldn't be talking about it.
They too goddamn scary to do the shit by themselves. That's why they want to bring everybody else the fuck along. That's the problem. Go do that shit your damn self and stop trying to mislead people. And I hope you is listening, because I'm talking to you. Stop misleading people.
Child.
Because you know they come back and listen and they go make their little videos and shit. I'm so done.
Yeah, see, I
and
don't,
then
I
the
don't listen
stuff
to
that they
none of
point
it.
fingers at, the stuff that they point fingers at, they go and do the same thing. It's like, what? Please make this make sense.
But see, it's the same stuff perpetuating itself over and over again. Like we're getting into this these Indian wars. It's the same fuck behavior. Except niggas that ain't really fighting. They ain't fighting. But it's the same mentality and the same behavior.
Yeah, they don't want to do shit. They want to just be on YouTube, picking on folks, internet bullying. They probably was bullies in school when they were in school. Now they bullies outside.
Now, I don't think they were bullies in school. They was probably getting their ass kicked in school.
Right. Motherfuckers overcompensate through the internet and social media.
Right, so be talking all that bullshit.
That's the trap of this shit. Because everybody is a motherfucking avatar. You can fucking exaggerate.
And the men that be gangsters. And I'm like, nigga, look, okay, just because I'm, quote, corporate or whatever, don't mean I don't know somebody that's been in the street and somebody that ain't been in the street. And you tell me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I really know some people that's been in the street.
Trying to come for me. I'm like,
and that can really serve the motherfucking bid 20, 30 years. And that shit ain't no badge of honor. They are ashamed of it. And folks on the internet, is specifically men, with this gangster shit.
I know, and it's so sad because the other people, it's like I'm sitting here watching. I'm like, why are they bothering? I don't care. I'm gonna say his name. Leave Legendary Top Cats alone. That brother is such a kind, sweet person. Like, they just really need to leave him alone. I ain't never seen him do anything wrong. I ain't never. Every time I watch his stuff, I fact check him. Like, a lot of folks be like, "Oh yeah, come learn this, come learn that." Let me be honest. I done learned a lot of shit already, okay? I'm not green or new to none of this shit.
Exactly.
And none of y'all motherfuckers done taught me a goddamn thing. I be there to fact check. I've been fact checking y'all motherfuckers. That's why I pop up on there. To let the people know. Don't listen to this fuck shit and get fucked up. Don't get locked up on this information because these people are fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That's why I be there. Not to learn. Y'all bitches don't teach me shit. The only person that taught me anything outside of what I knew coming into being American Indian, my grandma taught me that. And then coming over to this channel, I learned about the Black European side. I learned the truth about the white folks from Auntie Vonda, Uncle Sean, Sister Sandra, and Brother Wendell when he used to be on here. Putting that out, put that disclaimer out there. Ain't nobody else really taught me that, nothing that I didn't already know. And Dr. Aleem on the spirituality tip and learning about the chakras.
Mm-hmm.
But all this other stuff is just mess. It is a complete mess. Karimio, I give him his shout outs. But all this other stuff, I just wish they would just.
I don't know none of the people, number one. I really don't. I don't be knowing them people. I know who I fool with. That's Top Cats and Karimio. Those the only two I really feel with because their information it vibes with me. I can literally take what the fuck they say. Okay, yep. that checks out. So now
Yeah.
that's just how
And
I
the
roll.
funny
But that,
thing is-
I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
No, I was just saying the funny thing is about both of them brothers, like the information they put out, the niggas the people that be coming for them, they don't be coming for the information. They be coming for their personality.
Right, and what they got to do with it? What they got to do with it?
You looking like straight up like a agent distraction to me.
I don't understand that.
You talking about this nigga on a personal level. Like, what is this?
I don't understand that.
They used to all be a part of a group, and that's what it boils down to. They was all part of a group.
Stalking.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what
And
it was. The group got disbanded?
I guess something happened after that No Grandma Killers tour that Phoenix did. Something happened.
What shit? How many years ago was that?
Exactly. Exactly. But there's still hope, I don't know what the hell. I just, at the end of the day, I don't even know Phoenix. I met her through everybody talking shit about her. I was like, well, who is this? And I think Uncle Sean shared a video. And I was just like, oh, okay.
It's just too much. It's too much.
It's too, like, why are people coming after women? Why are y'all over all the way down south trying to fuck with somebody that live up north? Like, just stop. Y'all sound dumb. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what the beef
bullying.
is. It is. I don't know what the beef is about. I don't know people personally. All I know whose information I resonate with, and those two brothers' information I resonate with.
And it's been fact checked by me and a few other people who I share it with. It is wonderful. I could say 99% correct.
Yeah.
99% correct.
And here's the thing
research
that be getting me. This is the thing that, as my auntie, rest her soul, she used to have me rolling with this, that frosts my tits. The fact that all the other information that's not true, I don't see them rolling up on the ADOS people. Somebody jumped in my comments talking about, oh, you must be really mad at Tariq Nasheed. What the fuck do Tariq Nasheed shit got to do with my shit? Popular to how some other folks move. I'm not doing what I'm doing to try to disprove any other content creator. I do what I do for my motherfucking journey.
That part.
That's where people be getting caught up.
Yeah.
Going back and forth, debating motherfuckers, egos clashing.
Like they own the motherfucking information, number one. Number two, like they have the right to tell somebody how to put the information out. We don't. And even when I got in Jabari's motherfucking stinking lying ass, and I stand by on what I say, the only reason I said what the fuck I said about him, because he's trying to get people to go back over to Africa over lies. That's the only reason I said something about his fuck ass. But I don't get up here and put in all this work and spend my motherfucking money to put this information out to try to one up another content creator. I don't make my living off of YouTube. I would starve to motherfucking death making my living off of YouTube. Now, that's no jabs at nobody that does make their living off of YouTube. Get your bag. Do you. But it's fucking disgusting. Folks want to sit up here and talk about, oh, we're all black people. Oh, we're the Indian community. And so-called supposed Indians tearing Indians down. I didn't even know the shit was happening, to be honest. It makes no sense. And until people are ready to clean up their own lives and take responsibilities for their own lives, you'll never move nowhere in life. To be honest, I don't even know how people got the time to be sitting up worried about what another motherfucker is doing in their lifetime. I'm going to be real honest. I don't see how folks do it. I'm wore the fuck out with actually making a living for myself and creating content. That takes up my time. I don't have time to worry about what somebody else is doing in their kitchen or how they sweeping around their own front doorstep.
I'm trying to get to that point, Auntie Rhonda. I just really talked to myself. Yeah, I talked to myself. And I said, 2022, I'm not dealing with saving people from these dumbass people anymore. Like, it's not my job to go in and have to hear all of this shit to go and be like, okay, y'all, this is what you don't want to do. Like, I'm not doing it no more. I'm done. I'm completely done. And because half the time when you're trying to raise the vibration of people, you realize like, damn, I can't raise your vibration. I can play you some music.
They
I
gotta
can
do it on their
definitely
own.
play you some music. And maybe that might help. And I see why people who really do elevate, they become artists. Because that way it's left up for them to interpret for themselves.
Absolutely.
And that's what has to happen. They have to get there themselves. It's nothing that I'm going to be able to say that's going to convince some of these folks. Or maybe something I did say might resonate, and then later on they'd be like, damn, I did hear her say that.
Right.
And she was right. So I'm not going to just totally dismiss.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do.
Regular life. Yes, that's what you gotta do. Everybody is an artist. That's what they don't get. They think you got, oh, I'm a singer or I'm a movie star or something like this. Like, no, like in your family, be an artist. Like, you got your garden, you know how to cook, you know how to feed your family. That is an art. You're an artist. Like, however you do it, you incorporate that into your thing. And so you can still elevate and be that artist. It's just not on how everybody perceives what an artist is. Like, no, you're an artist of this fucking life in this realm, and raising the vibration for yourself and other people without having to drain yourself and physically get in there and be like, this is the truth. No, this is the fake shit. They're frauds. Like, you can do much more work on that subtle realm if you set that intention and move about that in the way that's for you. Everybody is not like, how people conventionally think of an artist. But if you take away the restrictions of what an artist is and expand that protocol, you can add anything in there and be that in your regular life.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
And it keeps bringing back. Auntie keeps saying, create, create, create. Like, every time I'm sitting there with my dream catchers, I just hear your voice, Auntie. Create, create, be a creator, be a creator. And it's like, that's really what it's all about.
It is.
That's it right there. If you're not on some I'm creating, then hey, I don't know what to tell you.
It's really nothing to tell. And just the bottom line is, it's just going to be a lot of people. They are not ready, and that's okay for them not to be ready. That's their experience. You put the information out, whatever your calling is. Only you know what your calling is. You know what your purpose is. Live your purpose and keep it moving. Keep it moving. A lot of folks are going to repeat some cycles. You can't change nobody's mindset. They got to want to do that shit. It got to be in them. So that's why I be up here screaming with my scarf to the younger generations. Don't do it. Don't make the mistakes that my generation and the generation before us made. Take the cape off. Take it off. The most important thing is you and your family.
What happened to everybody who put on capes?
They get massacred. They get slaughtered.
And then people love them and want to do rituals for them every year. But why didn't you protect them?
Exactly.
How is it somebody can come amongst us and assassinate one of us and get away?
And don't shit be done about it.
And people wonder how come people don't want to lead movements or groups. Because all y'all doing is setting them up to be killed so you can have another martyr and somebody to march and protest about instead of actually doing something for your goddamn.
Exactly.
I ain't for that shit. Y'all ain't
Absolutely.
to be assassinated while y'all watch and then do documentaries. Oh, I was there. Oh, I loved him.
Right.
The fuck you ain't jump in front of that bullet, did
exactly.
Our people are so sick. Our people are so sick now, Uncle Sean, that they gonna assassinate you before the other people do. They gonna character assassinate you before anybody else. They're gonna try. They can't even stand to see somebody who is intelligent, who knows something. They can't. They hate it. It like burns them up. Like,
and you
that's
know
not
what?
me.
That's the way they feel. That's the way they feel. This just me personally. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Cause last time I checked, ain't nobody paying on my fucking bills around here. None of that.
I know that's right.
I don't give a fuck about none of it. None of it.
Hold up.
It's juvenile.
It is, and I got my last comment, and then I'm gonna put myself on mute so you can get on with the with the teaching for tonight, because I don't want this to be an auntie moment the whole time. So all these niggas sitting up here smoking all this weed on live, okay? They talk about all the weed they be smoking, and folks, oh yeah, da da da. If you got money for weed, you got money for the shit you need.
Now that part, well. I can't argue with you on that, Niecy. You got money for weed.
And I yield on that.
All right, Niecy. You got money for weed, nigga. You got money for that hammer and them supplies. That part. Child, I can't say nothing to that. Okay, let's bring on Brother Odell from the UK. He like, these American people are crazy. We really are, Brother Odell. They out of their mind. They really are. Look at me. My ass right along with them. Okay? But I'm saying crazy, goddammit. I ain't crazy. I'm saying crazy. Okay? Because I gotta be crazy if y'all think you finna get one over on me. So let's bring in Brother Odell and see what he got to say. And then we're going to get started into the material tonight. We promise, family. I apologize in advance for bringing back out the scarf. So let me bring on Brother Odell.
Miss Rhonda, I done tagged you in a young indigenous rapper, female, and I felt like you would be fucking with the vibes.
Okay, so thanks.
Let's listen to that.
Okay. Okay. Peace and love, Brother Odell.
Good evening. Am I coming through?
Yes, you're coming through. How are you?
I'm fine. It's good to just say blessings to the panel. Good to hear you all in very strong, controversial spirit tonight. I'll say that much. You ain't playing today. None of you are playing today. I've got a couple of things to add in, but I'm not going to take up too much time because obviously I've got my joint for you that's coming next week.
We ready next week. Yep.
Yeah. So I've got that pretty much ready. So all pretty much done. I might do some extra stuff because I've got a couple of things that I've come across recently that I might add in. Okay. But I'll say this regarding the sister. I think it was Nisipu. Mm-hmm. Nisipu, can you hear me?
She went on.
She on mute.
I can hear you, beloved. I can hear you.
All right, she did that lamb report. So I'll say this: you'll like this, and I might expand on it when I let's come a bit more in depth. So you talked about the auctioning, right?
Yes, that was me.
Yeah, it was you. I thought it was you. Yeah. So while they're auctioning, sister, this is where I'm gonna go in and shit. While they're auctioning, I'm gonna give some game up. What they're auctioning, sister, when they talk about this land thing, what they're auctioning?
You saying what are they auctioning? You mean here in America?
Yeah, the land, yeah, because you talked about them auctioning the land and stuff like that. You mentioned that, correct?
Right. So I went through the history of it, and then I talked about like how they're doing the auctions now. But so like, yeah, so they're auctioning a lot of stuff. Like there was a ambassador. I can't remember what country he was an ambassador to, but they just auctioned everything out of his house. They auctioned everything. House, land, stuff in it, cars, everything goes up on auction. A lot of people don't know about it. You can get it for pennies to the dollar. But go ahead. What?
Exactly, sister. I agree. I agree, sister. Just finish up, but I'm just going to acknowledge that that's correct. Keep going, sister.
So as far as the land goes, as far as the title, I can't honestly say that all those titles are conveying all parts of the land, including the mineral rights, because you have to look. Every title is going to be different. So that's why you have to do. Go ahead.
Yeah, go. No, go ahead. Go on. I'm just agreeing. Yep.
Yeah. So it just depends. It just depends. But you can go on land auction websites and bid on land. You could bid on foreclosed houses. You could bid on tax estates, tax property houses where the county tax assessors basically holding the property because someone didn't pay their taxes. So yeah, all those different kinds. It's just different kinds. But go ahead. I wanted to hear your point.
Oh, you'll enjoy this. You'll enjoy this.
I wanted you to. No, I just wanted to say I wanted you to tie it to like with the auction and the stuff that you was talking about with like the Vatican and like.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him in there, I said, if he's listening, he gonna come in and tie it in. So yeah, we at least want that little piece, Brother Odell.
Yeah.
He just want to keep me on the edge of my seat. Go
I know,
now,
he was
brother.
like, come on now.
Well, that's why I would always say. So you mentioned the option dictionary, and you mentioned obviously the title. So I'll just do more in depth on it.
You sounding faint, like you far away.
Okay.
Oh,
Sister, how am I coming through now?
okay. Say something again.
Okay, how am I coming through now?
You're perfect now. Okay, we ready.
They're trying to fix me up when I get into all this.
Okay.
So, we're coming from England, and obviously you mentioned title, didn't you, sister? You mentioned title. So, we know with these people, me and Sister Ron will be doing joints on this. I did my last joint on this, and their titles they're issuing. So, where do their titles come from?
I'm looking to the side.
Yeah. So
they come from the title. Hold on, wait. Right. Why you saying that? It's so funny because the title company that I use out here, it was called Western Title. Guess what they changed the title name to now? Guess what the name of the company is, y'all? Stewart Title. But go ahead.
All right, thank you, sister. So,
and I said Stewart as far as the black nobility.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead.
I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So obviously you mentioned about the issue of title and obviously land. So we know, as I've explained to you, we know that over in terms of over here in England, obviously they have what's called freehold. Leasehold. What do you have over there in terms of how the land, how they've mentioned it on the land? We've got freehold and leasehold titles over here. That they
we have so many different ones. We have quit claim deeds. We have fee simple, warranty.
Fee simple's one I'm familiar with. That's a key one. Keep going.
The quit claim deed seems to be one of the commons, but it doesn't hold a lot of weight. The one that holds the most weight is known as the warranty deed.
Okay. They're putting the warranty deed, but fee simple absolute is the one that's real. So as I've mentioned to you, as I was here last time, we talked about and Sister Rhonda's very correct when she said we mentioned, obviously I mentioned about, and I will do a joint on the, I've actually done a joint on it. I've got the joint. It's just a case of when we get a chance to say it, but I don't want to interrupt Rhonda's flow, what she's doing just shortly. But I talked about the world affairs in the 1800s, which I've got a good joint on that, exposing the world affairs when they talk about the technology that's our stuff. But what also rolled under that, under the stuff that the Vatican have been doing, I'm going to tell you this term. Have you ever heard this term before, any of you? Bona vacantia. Have you ever heard that term before?
I haven't.
You say it again?
I'll read something in a second.
It sounds like you said born of a kata. It sounds like you said born of a kata.
No, born vacante. I'll pull something up in a second. Sister, can you? Yeah, I'll pull it up. Can I just read one thing, sister? If you got about 5 minutes, if I can pull something up,
Sure. Let me get the screen share situation.
It makes me think
okay,
of
I just need about
Bonaventure.
1 minute. Yeah, I want to share something to you. You'll like it. I've got to find it because I'll just quickly get it up.
Okay, now y'all know I go through this every doggone time. They don't make it easy. All right, I think I gotta go to your name. It's not that. Damn it. It just don't never be looking right to me, y'all. I'm sorry. If I say share. Okay. And then I want to let somebody else share. All right. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I go through this every time.
All right. I'm just going to...
Damn it. I don't know how to do it. Oh, advance. And sharing. Nope, 1%. Okay, sorry, y'all. I go through this every time because it's not intuitive. So I'm sorry up in advance. It's just not intuitive. And every time, see if you can do it now.
All right. 1 second. I'll see if I can do it. If it's going to let me do it.
Okay.
Let me see if I can do it.
Nope, I didn't went to a whiteboard. I'll get off of that.
Let me just see. All right, I should be able to do it. I think you've done that.
Yeah, let me go back to share.
All right, I think you've probably got it right. Okay, so I'm just going to pull up something in a second. Right. All right. I think you've done it, sister, because you always do get this right.
Okay, so it's
so
share.
Right,
so
I think you've done it, sister. I'll be honest with you. I've just got to make a slight adjustment on my side.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So let me just see. Yeah, I can do it. You always get this right, sister. You're always good at doing this. So I've just got like 1 or 2 things to do. So yeah.
Okay, and when you do it, I'll share it to YouTube.
Let's hopefully it'll do it this time. Okay. Thumbs up.
And it could be Zoom that's acting up
yeah,
tonight, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, so I just want to talk about this. Okay, this is. Yeah, I'll get in on it a bit more. I've got some more extensive
Okay,
stuff
because we still don't see it on our end.
Oh, please come up, please, because I was just getting into my switch mode, and it's just like, yeah, it should just come up, and it should come up because you did this last time. It wasn't a problem.
Yep. I just make sure.
All right. Okay. You've got. Okay. It's All right. You're Rhonda, you're sharing your screen at the moment. I wonder if you can do it so it lets my share screen.
Yeah, and I was trying to go by your name. And
oh yeah, you've got to stop. You've got to stop doing it.
Okay,
it says you cannot screen while you're doing it, and then I can do it. That's it. Yeah. You've done it.
All right. So now try it.
Okay, I should be able to do it. Yes, Rhonda, you've done it. I think you've definitely got it this time. Okay. So I'm just going to show this briefly. I've got 2 things I want to share with you. I think it's this one. So Because I don't. So can you
Okay,
see this
now
in
it's
front of you?
coming. It's coming over. All right, so let me get it for YouTube. So hold on a sec. All right. Okay, I gotta get it for the YouTube fam.
I don't want to spoil the sister for too long because I just want to. This
Okay,
is,
we straight. It's finna show up on YouTube.
okay. So
I done fell out my chair. I done fell out my chair waiting now.
Okay. So hero, so this is it. Born of a country. There's a term. So all right, I wait until you finish because I want when I start reading it, you'll find it interesting. But I want to concentrate on this particular bit. But go ahead.
Okay, I'm just making sure that we can see it on YouTube. I'm looking on my other computer.
Okay, just make sure you get it up on YouTube and everything.
Okay, because it's. Come on now, I'm not in the mood. Y'all. See if y'all can see it.
Yeah, there's 2 bits.
Oh, they say they see it. We straight. Yep, we good. We ready.
Okay, that's fine.
Uh-oh.
Right, so no, it's all right. That's me. Don't worry. That's me. I'm playing. Don't worry. I'm just making sure.
The whole Zoom.
Yeah, that's fine. It's me. Don't worry. I'm just doing something. Don't worry. All right. Okay, so it's 2. I'm just gonna go. So
okay,
this is so I'm gonna just give you a term. It's an English term. It's Latin term. I don't. If you know me, I don't play when I come on a little thing. I'll go in more in depth because I've got something bigger for this. So unknown property. Okay, this is what they've done under, but it's called born vacantia. This is a term when with all these titles and stuff they're issuing through all this nonsense you were just on about.
Okay.
So it refers to tangible, physical things which are capable of being reduced to being property. Remember, it says reduced to being property. Birth certificates, titles to land. Okay, owned by an individual but not owned by anyone. Born vacantia, Latin. Ownerless goods is a legal concept associated with unowned property, which exists in various jurisdictions, which consequently vary in application, but with origins mostly in English law, because it started here, as you know, when they under Section 2A KV.
Exactly.
That's how they're doing. That's how they confiscate your titles over there. Let's keep going. Nearly once every piece of land on earth is property and has a maintainer owner. The class of objects, unknown things, are objects which are not yet properly, either because it has been agreed by sovereign nations that no one can own them, or because no person or other entity has made a claim of ownership. The most common unowned things are asteroids. The UN Outer Space Treaty, here we go, the colonize everything, does not address the issue of private ownership. Natural objects in space or asteroids remain unknown things until one person or entity makes a claim of property on them. Now, just let me stop this bus 1 second. So that's what the term born of a country is. This is what they've been doing. It's regards to what the sister was saying earlier. So I'm gonna reference this. Right, let me find it now. So this is what I was bringing up to begin with. So this is it. So this is it now. So this is my main thing. As this goes into auctioning and born vacantia, this is how they do it. So everything that they're claiming, that they're re-auctioning. So hero, we have considered estates solely with regard to their duration or quantity of interest which the owners have therein. We are now to consider them in another way of view in regard to the time of their enjoyment, when they're actually permanency of the profits, commercial, piracy construct, that is taking perception or receipts of everything. When you're buying your shopping, everything's got a claim on it, or rent or other advantages arising therefrom, begins. Estates, therefore, with respect to this consideration, may be either in possession or expectancy or expectancies. There are 2 sorts, one created by the act of the parties called the remainder of over by an act of law called reversion. Okay, so I'm just going to do this brief. So when this is talking about auctioning, and you've got all these receipts of everything, it's to do with the War on Land Convention when they took over everything, and I might pull that up in a second. So when I say born of vacantia, so what they've been doing with the term born of vacantia, you've got this, and sister, I'll just email you this if you want it. So in the born of vacantia, what they're doing is the Section 2A KV Act, which I mentioned earlier, which I mentioned previously on my previous talks I've done. What they've been doing is these auctions is when they've claimed the land for born vacantia, when they re-auction these titles, I think it's Latin. Deed means renter. So what they're doing is under bona vacantia, they claim everything, and then the Vatican are then issuing through through the UPU. So you've got zip codes over there. Over here we have what's called postal codes, and it's called an easement. An easement is a commercial jurisdiction. So what they've done is the Vatican, through it says to KV, have claimed everything with bona vacantia, and then they're issuing these auctions or titles, and then they issue their titles through these auctions, and that's what they do. It's called bona vacantia. So they claim everything, and then under their fake version, they issue these fake titles, and they make you pay everything through these auctions. And that's why you pay taxes to the Vatican through what's called an easement. So all properties put in commercial jurisdiction through what's called bona vacantia. And I'll stop there and let you say what you was going to say.
So
I was gonna.
I'm sorry. You go ahead, Nisi Poo. No, you go.
I was gonna say they don't label it unowned property. What they do is they label it abandoned. So like in the past, what you're saying, absolutely. But as for now, what they do is they call it abandoned property. And the way they have it defined is abandoned property is a piece of property or a dormant account or an unused asset that has been turned over to the state after several years of negligence or inactivity. States have abandoned property divisions, all of them do, that focus on the management and recovery of unclaimed property known as escheatment. So the treatment for this issue is when property is intentionally abandoned, it belongs to no one until it is found. It is being held in trust by the states. When it is found, the title transfers to whoever finds it and possesses it with the intent to take ownership. So it doesn't matter if it's the heirs that find the property or if it's some investor. As long as they have intent to take ownership, they can go directly to the state, to the abandoned property division, and go claim unclaimed property. They don't call it unowned, they call it unclaimed.
Okay, over there it's unclaimed. Yes, and that's how to do with this. It's called this cheating of states. Yeah. So over this, over there, it comes up on vacancy, but they call it abandonment. Correct.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's slightly different over here, but the bona vacantia thing is how they use it, and obviously over there it's abandoned. Over here, it's slightly different. But my term in terms of bona vacantia, that's how they've claimed it all through. It's called unum sanctum. So they've claimed everything, and obviously, like you said, over there it's called obviously abandonment when somebody leaves. Over here, it's classed as unclaimed. But that's what I want to add on to what you were saying with these auctions stuff like that, because that's how they do it. They claim everything, they have it. They claim it under bona vacantia, and obviously then what they then do is, like you said, people going to put what you just said, they can put a claim on it, and then they can just come and take, like you said, come and take possession. But when they do that, because it's under an easement, under commercial jurisdiction, under a zip code, it's still owned by the Vatican. That's why you have to pay taxes.
That's what I was going to ask you, because even if they issue a deed or a title, I heard you say that a deed is still considered renting, or did I not hear that right?
Yeah, in Latin it means renter. A deed in Latin, yeah, it means renter.
So deed in Latin means renter.
Yeah, because the deeds that they're issuing come under bona vacantia, and what's called it's under what's called the UPU. It's commercial. It's because they're under unum sanctum, because they claim dominion over the earth. When they issue their titles for what's called an easement, you'll find this with the zip codes. What they've done is, when they issue these titles under commercial jurisdiction, they're issuing their titles, and under those jurisdictions, you become liable to pay the Roman taxes. That's why you have to pay property taxes, because if you want your title fee simple absolute, then Vatican doesn't own it. You don't have to pay no. You don't have to ask planning permission. You can dig on it. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to ask the state for permission for it. So originally, when you had all the land over there and there was no bona vacantia, no unum sanctum, you could build whatever you wanted and you didn't pay taxes on it. You didn't have to ask planning permission to the state to build it. You just build what you want. But because of bona vacantia now, they put all these restrictions on it. You've got to go to the state for this. You've got to pay taxes this. You've got to pay taxes that. You've got to have permission for this, ask permission for that. Because it's all under commercial jurisdiction. Because they commercialized it under unum sanctum.
So under commerce. Under commerce.
Yeah, under commerce. Yeah, but bona vacantia and unum sanctum, yes.
I agree 100% on the part where you have to ask permission and stuff. I didn't see where the deed means renter. I didn't see that part. I just looked at the etymology though, but I could not, I might not be, seeing what you're seeing. But absolutely, you cannot build what you want to build if it's in a specific zip code. And I don't think that there is any land that is not under the GIS system where it has like everything has a zip code. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's under what's called the War on Land Convention and the UPU, it's Universal Postal Union, because once they declared dominion over the earth, they commercialized everything, and every piece of land due to the zip code is put in a commercial jurisdiction under easement. Over here, they call them easements in terms of the commercial jurisdiction. It might be a different term that they use over there for how the zip codes work. So it might be slightly different, but the system's still the same in terms of what they've done with it. If you see where I'm going with that, sister.
We see very much so. Whew.
Sorry about that. To slide.
No, you're good. You're good. It's wow.
And I think I'll stop there before I go. But next time I might share the War on Land Convention. I've got it, but I don't want to come in and take off.
Yeah, because you're coming next week. You're gonna do the spiritual stuff. So, is what you showed us tonight? Is that a separate drop?
I just showed you a little bit of it tonight.
Okay.
Because I wanted to get into what the sister was saying, because she was right in terms of the things she's been saying.
On point.
With that thing with the auctioning, because that's what they do over here, the auctioning. But those titles they're auctioning come under bona vacantia, and that's why you have to pay taxes back to Rome on it, and council tax and all the rest of it, because over here it's called an easement, which puts in commercial jurisdiction. Over there it's slightly different, but the system's still the same. Bona vacantia is how they claim it, and then they can issue their titles under bona vacantia. That's why every property, you've got to pay property taxes on them.
Yeah, no matter if the house is paid off, you still have to pay property taxes.
Yeah, it's all being commercialized. Yeah, I agree with your sister. So hopefully that just adds on to what the sister was saying with the auction.
Oh, wait a minute, Brother Odell. Big Omega says, what about, do they have land patents over in the UK?
Okay, they do everything. I don't know. Yeah, they have. Yeah, this is what they've done over here, and it's basically they have a system over there that's exactly the same, but it just functions under a different name. So over here, with what's called the land registry.
Okay.
So over in England, we have what's called the land registry, and every piece of land, due to the easement being in front of every piece of land, it's got to be registered to what's called the land registry. It's actually in the City of London Corporation. It's owned by the Vatican. So the land registry is how they do issue the letters patent for the land and all the titles and stuff like that. It's done for what's called a land registry over here. You'll have a similar system over there. I don't know what you have over there, but we have the land registry over here. It's in London.
Yeah, we had one called, so right now it's the Bureau of Land Management. But before that, it was called the Department of Land something. And now and it was located in Congress. Well, that department transitioned over to the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Wow. So what's going on here, Brother Odell, is that
General Land Office, that's what it was called.
General Land Office. What's going on over here is when Europeans started coming over to the Americas, land patents were issued out. So supposedly and allegedly, those land patents gave you the ownership right to the land forever. Now, that's what people are saying. But the land patents were issued by the crown. So meaning, in our case over here in America, in some cases it was France. So it was issued from the Kingdom of France. I've heard people talk about that France Kingdom issued their people land patents, and then also the Kingdom of Britain. And what we were telling people is it doesn't matter who issued them. It's still up under the same stuff.
Yes, exactly, sister. Sister Lisa, I've got one thing for you. I can prove it now. This is I can prove it. Here we go. I've got one thing I'm gonna read here, and it's I've just found a nugget. I've just found a sick nugget. I'm gonna read this one little piece, and it just backs up with what Sister Rhonda's saying. I've just found it now. I'm gonna go read this little piece here.
Come on, bring it up, and then I'm gonna put it up on YouTube. Let me
When you're ready, I'm gonna go in.
Okay, it should be coming up on YouTube.
Oh man, I just found something too. While he's pulling that up, so the office is called the General Land Office.
Okay, yeah, because somebody put GLO in the chat.
The Brother Odell gonna like this. Listen to the third sentence. It was an independent agency of the United States government responsible for public domain lands in the U.S. It was created in 1812 to take over functions previously conducted by the United States Department of the Treasury.
There you go. And 1812, funny that the sister's doing the Revolutionary Wars in 1812.
Exactly, that part. There you go. That part. What part is people not understanding?
You see what they're doing? And let me drop one bomb, please, sister. You love this. United States. Bonaventure was inherited from the English common law and continues in the form of lost, misled, and abandoned property. There you go.
It's right there. It's right there. So, yeah, people running around talking about, but it's under common law. And I still tell them that doesn't matter. That stuff still rolls back to the Vatican. Matter. What are you talking about?
Let me look last bit. Applied only to personal property that has left the owner's possession, as opposed to an estate left in intestacy after the death. In intangible personal assets such as checks, account balances, listen to this, and securities. Can you imagine the 62 AKV? And the trust depository trust company that I did last time. Securities are under unclaimed property law, varying by state. The states do not take permanent possession, but act as custody. Remember, I'll talk about property law at some point. We'll get into them. Of the property in perpetuate on behalf of the rightful owner. There you go. And I'll stop there and drop that bomb.
So in their eyes, now just correct me if I'm wrong. In their eyes, the rightful owner is the Vatican.
Yes, under Bonaventure, as I just explained. Okay. Bonaventure.
Okay. So, and again, because I don't want to put words up upon your mouth, it does not matter if you have a title. It does not matter if you have a deed. It does not matter if you have a land patent. You are not the true owner of said land asset according to them. You are just renting it and using it, and you must pay taxes for that use of it. But the true ownership rolls back up. The crowns get their cut, and then the Vatican holds the true ownership.
Yep, and that's under unum sanctum. That's why I keep talking about unum sanctum all the time. Because the Pope declared dominion over the earth. This is why when you go to prison, they remind you in their custody, because people don't understand property law. They don't understand that they use custodians. I mean, I can bruise it up on it. I don't want to take over, sister, because you've got stuff to do. Because I explained the different levels of property law: magisterium, custodian, dominion. I've got it all.
Yeah, you're going to have to come back and just do something on land. That's all, if you don't mind. Well, you're going to have to come back, because I don't want to rush through it, because we cannot tell you the amount of misleading folks over in the Americas are getting into regarding land. And, some cases people have been locked up behind it. And it's like every 5-something years, people come up with something new. They'll throw one of these new terms out that other people never heard about. And they'll come up with this conglomerate story on how people can get actual ownership of said land. And we can keep telling them that is not the case. So I wouldn't want you to rush through that. If you don't mind, I think that's just going to be another bill that you can come back and just do an entire show on land. And
we could ping pong, brother.
Exactly.
We could ping pong on that one. Because that's my specialty too.
But at least, sister, tonight I've helped you with a new term, sister, born of a country. I knew you'd find that interesting. Go ahead. Sorry,
very much so. I learned something, and I'm so glad you found that nugget, because it said that it exists in the United States. It's tied to common law, which a lot of people in the States want to talk about some doggone common law. But it's still the same thing. The common law is the origins of this whole system. It's still the same thing.
And this is what we're going to expose here, sister. Next talk about, it's this, it common law, whatever, like it's some great figure.
Exactly, like it's something so great.
Blood.
And it's still going back to the Vatican. So yeah, I want to dedicate an entire show just on
sister.
land, to get to the nitty gritty, to just shut the coffin on this bull crap that folks have been running around here talking.
Yeah. Can I say also that ties to your birth certificate too?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Censorship AKV. That's why I keep quoting it. Keep going.
And they did a papal bull back in 1066 or something like that, where they took that's a spiritual. I think you're going to get on that one, where they took the skin off of somebody's back and wrote these documents on it.
Yeah, so, he's doing the spirit. He's coming back next week to do the spiritual aspect. Of it. Yeah, so he's coming back next week to focus on the spiritual aspect, and then he's gonna do one on land. So we're gonna stagger them out every other week. So he'll come back next week and do spiritual, and then so that means Brother Odell, if you don't mind. Next week we know we got you for the spiritual one, so on the 3rd, and then if you could come back on the 17th and do the land one.
Yeah, they did the land because the people had left England to come here, and then they tried to take their land too. So they weren't just taking ours.
They did take their land. I ran across records that people that left Europe, when people got kicked out of Europe for prisoners of war, I read that a lot of people lost their land.
That's right.
That's why I talked about it, the Treaty of Rome 1213, because people have low deal title to their land. Not even a coin, not even a king could take their land without paying the time. Remember, I did this last time. Remember, and that's the start of all of this. When the land got taken and they got converted into vassals, I'll go over it again next week when I touch some of the aspects, because I talked about the keys to the earth for the Vatican. We'll touch it again next week. But I agree with your sister, because they did lose their possession of their land, and obviously this is where the term slave comes from, Slovakia or Slav or Czechoslovakia, because the first slaves were Europeans. They were the first Slavs or slaves. And you're right, sister, when you said they came because due to what took me the last time I came, a Publicani, because remember I talked about the Publicani with the corporations, because I remember I mentioned about the corporations, because what they were doing even over here in Europe, they were converting the living into the dead. They were converting the people's titles and everything, so they can convert them across from how there was original lordship titles, so they could convert them into Censorship AKV, so that the people were converted into the dead and was converted into slavery. That's due to Censorship AKV through Unum Sanctum, Attorney Regis, Maranus Pontifex, Convocation, Attorney Mensa. I mean, I can quote them all, but let's interval multiplicities. I know them all. Don't be versing. I could just keep going. I could just keep swinging from dot to dot. But they've done, this way gets back into Constantine with the Council of Nicaea 325 AD and Justinian. And I think I'll go over this at some point. But my point is like what you're saying, sister. The Bona Vacantia and the common law, it was over here in this country, and like I've proven multiple times, they was doing all the slaving, all the messing up over here, and then they brought that same nonsense and they took it to where you're at in the United States, in the States and the Americas. It was taken over there, and the same madness we had here is what's going on over there. So I totally agree with you, sister. But go ahead.
Okay, no, I think it's great. So we're looking forward to you coming back next week and doing a drop on the spiritual, and then on the 17th, let me just make sure. I can't believe this. Wait, let me make sure I got it together.
You had him on the 3rd.
Yeah, then we're going to come back and get back into the Indian War, and then he can come back on the 17th, and you and Nisi Poo, that's going to be y'all total thing to just go over land, because it is so desperately needed. When I tell you it's desperately needed, folks are running around here thinking they know the origins of things, and they are totally, totally off. We really, really need that.
And I agree with Sister Nisipo. I'm glad she brought the land thing up. I absolutely agree with her that with the auction and stuff like that. They've been doing this with this programming, like they've got this dominion. They've got that. I think they've got this dominion over everywhere, and they can just do what they want, and they can't. It's all an illusion. The whole thing is mind control. You know what I mean? But Brother Sean went to speak. I don't want to cut him off, but yeah, I agree with you. Sorry, Brother Sean.
No problem. The whole thing is, if that's a matrilineal people, we knew that we didn't own Mama.
Right.
And that bullshit about owning anything came with the patriarchal system.
Yes, it did.
Agree, Brother Sean. Agree, Brother Sean.
That's part of the rabbit hole. Thinking that we
Uh-oh, you there? Poor
They've been cutting him off tonight. I know they've been cutting him off tonight. They keep cutting him off.
They have.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Thinking that we would.
Think we own Mama.
Exactly.
That's part of that bullshit that's in the rabbit hole. That's the matriarchal shit. The patriarchal shit.
Yep.
How is it that we're ascending or going to this new earth or creating something new if we're still holding on to third dimensional concepts of ownership? Mama is a living, breathing being that provides life to everything here.
And replenishable life.
And people keep trying to own her. You can't own her.
That's right.
And just within those concepts, that's low dimensional thinking.
It is.
You're going to have to come back and do another cycle. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is, because you're clinging on to their shit. Ownership of Mama, that's their shit. That's colonial shit. Just
what about claiming?
You can't claim anything.
You're just supposed to be the caretaker, that's all.
Because there's no, so the reason why I'm asking you that, Brother Sean, is because a lot of people who get trapped up in this information, a lot of the reason why is because, you know, once you find out who you are and your connection, you know, and your ancestors' history and lineage, and then you find out, okay, well, dang, my ancestors had this much land, or they had this, they had farms, they had chickens and watermelon farms and stuff. And then you sitting up in a little bitty ass apartment and paying the white rent. So it's I
get that, but
so what would you suggest be? And I don't mean to be controversial, but I'm just asking because I honor your opinion.
No, it's a great question.
What would you be? What would be the suggestion to those people who find that information out and they don't want to be paying the white rent no more? Like, how? What would you say to them?
Ultimately, if we're supposed to be creators, we're supposed to create a new reality. Secondly, our whole objective is to get out of here. If you keep trying to cling to stuff that's here, those are new contracts and new commitments that you're making to stay. Some decisions are difficult. You got to decide. As your soul is on the line, you had a right to come back and own stuff. I mean, you had a right to shift positions. But that's within the game. Land ownership and all that is within the system. Whether our ancestors had it or not, because there was tribal wars going on. And then who's to say whose shit is whose for real, for real? Look at all these treaties. Look at all these treaties. Everybody picked a different side, and everybody had turned on each other.
Yeah.
You had tribes taking up the tribes' land, killing off the men, taking the women and children, making them a part of their tribe. I mean, we got to get through all the fuckery of what we done to each other before you can get to talking about who owns something.
I agree
Considering
with
how
that.
much land thefts took place before the Europeans even got over here. If we're creating something new, we have to let all of this shit go. All these titles in the system, all these names we keep clinging to, because ain't none of us exactly what our ancestors were. You're not even exactly what your grandmother or grandfather was. Because your mama and your daddy is two different beings, two different bloodlines. We keep changing. We keep mixing our seed. Very few of us is probably one specific so-called tribe. We all probably mix with at least 10, 15, at least, other tribes.
That is so true.
When you go back through the lineage.
Yep. Plus, you got to factor in the European.
Mm-hmm. All of that.
Exactly.
So it's just.
Exactly,
It's the soul of the
JBP.
matter.
We were only supposed to be good stewards of Mother Earth.
Yeah. We wasn't supposed to be here forever and ever. It was an experiment, remember? We came down here to see what it was like to be human, to have a human experience and go on to other shit. But then the dome and shit got put on. We got imprisoned, colonized. All that shit, motherfuckers blocking us from leaving. That's why we got reset after reset,
Yep.
after reset. Motherfuckers been trying to get the fuck out of here.
Yep, trapping souls.
Yep. I've been saying this with Brother Sean. I agree. They've been doing this. The electric was, and the souls got trapped down here, and they've been showing how the Earth's got the Earth's as sentient as we are. I agree with the sister and Brother Sean on this, and even the Earth's aura fields and chakras and stuff like that. And I think I'll show a representation of that at some point. Probably because I don't want to go on it tonight because sister's doing stuff.
Yeah,
but
wait till next week. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, I mean, we get to touch it, we get there. But I agree with Brother Sean. But you know, we're the ones who are essentially in tune with nature. And if we do that, then we're rising. I mean, due to this grander cycle being in, but I agree with Brother Sean, we're about to fix into this ascension cycle between 2017 and 2072. They already knew this. Is why they try to get the pork out there, and especially into our people. And I don't want to digress too much because Sean was speaking, but I'll go this far. We're supposed to be leaving here with the Earth and ascending the Earth out of the 3D space now and into we dealt with Blaze to talk about this to a fifth dimensional level plus. In fact, to create something totally new. But on that front side, I agree with you. That if that's the case, when we've descended with the Earth, then to be honest with you, all this nonsense is going on down here. We'd fix past that to that degree that they couldn't even exist down here. They know that. That's why they're trying to decouple the souls of humanity, particularly us down here, because they know once we fix apart this reality that's here, it'll cease to exist. They know that, Sean. They're facing their mortality. They know that,
exactly.
And that's what they're scared of.
Exactly.
Go ahead, sister,
if we change,
Sean.
No, you're good. I'm just vibing with what you're saying, because if we change our consciousness, our mindset, and stop feeding into that reality through our thoughts, because you first start the creation process with your thoughts. Get off the board. Create something totally, totally new. Because anything else we do, we're trying to reuse their system, tweak their system. It's still their system. That system holds a certain vibration. And that vibration is not to your benefit. It's an entrapment vibration and system. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
People have to save themselves. Nobody else can save you. You got to put in that work. You got to put in that soul work. You have to reconnect. You the only person that know what you've been through, know the mistakes that you done made, know the contracts that you've been duped into. You have to undo what you done. We're not getting out of here together.
Yep.
I don't know why people think that
people be thinking that.
We're
Exactly.
not getting out of here together. You got to figure your way out. Because what may work for me may not work for you. We all got our own work to put in, dealing with our own path and the choices that we made. Everybody got to put in their own work. Ain't no other way around it. Period. I mean, that's the simple, difficult truth. You got to save you. I understand wanting to be comfortable while you here, this, that, or the other. I'm not saying don't make moves in order to, until you can get to where you need to be. Just don't become so attached to everything that's outside of you. I mean, just look at the fact that we created, or we're now partaking in a system where we have to kill to live.
Yep.
Whether it's animal or plant. We're killing in order to survive. And it's been said that this wasn't indigenous to the experience. This was introduced to us, and we've accepted it. We complain about our lives, but taking the lives of every other thing in nature that is indigenous to Mama too. But we're immortal. We're soul beings, right? But yet and still, we can't create a reality where we don't have to kill to exist. We don't have to own shit to exist. We can't create nothing where we don't have to be jealous of and hate each other over material shit that we as creators can manifest at will.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we done got so lazy and ignorant and have become such victims and finger pointers at everybody else, no accountability.
For self. Yep.
You got to figure out what you did. You got to figure your way out. I love y'all. But I ain't gonna suffer with you.
That part.
I ain't coming back to this bitch for you.
Nope.
Because I ain't got them type of attachments. I don't care how much I love you. I ain't coming back for nobody. My mama, my children, the love of my life. I ain't coming back for nobody. I'm done.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm putting in my work to get out of here.
That's right.
I enjoy these conversations with y'all, kicking the bobo over information. But just know, ultimately, my motherfucking goal is to get up out of this bitch.
I know that's right.
That's my plan.
Yep, I agree.
And I'm going to chop it up with whoever I got to chop it up with to figure out what I need to figure out, who I'm going to move with to here, to there, who I ain't going to fuck with.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm on all that shit. But ultimately, is to get the fuck from up out of here.
That's right.
Yep.
I don't
Exactly.
want to be in prison with y'all. I don't care how nice we make it.
I know that's right.
I don't give a fuck about the simulation, period. How
know
nice
that's
they
right.
make it.
This is
I don't like prison. I'm done with this shit. Y'all can have this shit. I don't give a fuck who the trustees are. I don't give a fuck who ain't good with the warden and get special privileges. None of this goddamn shit. Y'all can have this shit. Y'all can sneak the shanks in up your ass. Do whatever you motherfucking got to do to survive in this motherfucking rat race. I'm done.
Ooh, no
Wait,
joking.
let me go on and
Bring that fire,
get the
bring that
explosion.
fire.
Woo, baby.
That
Sean,
right
bringing that
there.
fire.
That right there, and in the words of my white auntie Tina Marie, I'm not coming back no more.
Exactly.
Been there before.
I just heard that the other day.
That's my shit, goddammit. Even as a little girl, I would lay up in the bed knowing what the fuck she meant.
Yep, that's it. This the wheel of control is what's been going on down here. It's going to be fixing to get out of here. So that's supposed to be that. Whoever you're responsible for down here is your own soul, and that's it. That you experience down here. That's it. And anything else you're not responsible for. You're not here to save anybody, nothing like that. All you can do is offer the truth.
And keep
more.
it moving. And even
That's
the planet has moved on. I keep telling you, she done moved on.
Yep. That's what's happening. And
she done made a decision. We don't even get to decide. And I done told y'all, if she tapped me on the shoulder, bitch, you gotta go, I'm okay with that. I respect it. I understand it. Thank you for the time that I was allowed here. Sorry we got trapped together. But it's some of us, we're moving on. It's deeper than the rest of this stuff. And don't get me wrong, if you want to experience rulership, if you want to experience those other things, that is your right. But that's not not everybody's, that's not going to be everybody's thing.
Yeah, they're not doing that here.
No, it's not.
From time she decided to get out of here and do what she needs to do.
Yeah, it's gonna be another round. Yeah, they have to take it somewhere else.
They're gonna have to do it somewhere else. Exactly.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do it somewhere else.
They ain't doing it here. Exactly, they're doing it here. They ain't doing that here. I don't know what Brother Shah's saying is, but that saying he always says they got to get up out of here. That's right, they're gonna be here doing that nonsense. It's not gonna happen here no more. That's going. Go ahead, sister. Sorry.
No, you all said it all. This was much needed. I'm so glad you came in, and make no mistakes about it, fam. I jumped back and forth from history to the spiritual side for a purpose. I am going back in history to really tell you what happened, and then to show you the mistakes that were made. And all you have to do is you see the same mistakes being made today. And I keep on the spiritual so you can understand what the true goal really should be. Because the spiritual side, that is the power. Everything moves in the spiritual world first before it manifests to the physical. So,
yep.
All right, Brother Odell.
So it's that side first, and people don't see that. They don't realize how powerful that side is. This is why they're so obsessed with mind control, with MK Ultra.
Exactly.
The mind control programming, because, again, it's to do with Marsamia, mother and son. We're talking about the spiritual side, is where they do the black. That's why I talk about the vitamin, the black magic, because they're using the dark. I call it the dark arts. And you're right, sister. To control the souls, the energy of the realm down here. Exactly. The black sun, Saturn.
Exactly.
With the Nike sign, Saturn blood. And they don't realize they're being programmed. Everything's happening. They're being programmed. That the Matrix is showing you. So if you sure got that right, you're being programmed. And they can't see it. Blue pill, red pill, you can't see it.
Exactly.
Green, yellow and green, black and white. It's all programming.
It's all programming. Exactly. All right, Brother Odell. We'll see you next week. On the spiritual side, we're going to do 45 minutes on the Indian Wars. So we look forward to seeing you next week.
Yeah, sister, I'm just going to stay in the panel with you because I'm going to enjoy the rest of
Okay,
this.
no problem. You know you're welcome to it. No problem at all. So let me bring up. So fam, just as a reminder, this book is that we're doing for the French and Indian Wars. It's called French and Indian War, A History from Beginning to End, and it's by Hourly History. Okay, so just remember we recapped, just a quick recap from last week. We talked about the book was getting into the different tribes, okay? And the book pretty much told you that one of the main tribes that was in communication with both the French and the Brits, because we should at least know basic knowledge that the French and Indian War during this time period was between France and Britain. The Indian tribe, which really wasn't a tribe, it was a confederacy. Okay? And a confederacy is just a bunch of tribes that got together. So you can almost think of it as a political party. And that particular confederacy was the Iroquois. Folks today call it the Iroquois Nation. Okay? So we left off with them, the French and the Brit, fighting over the Ohio territory. Okay? So not the Ohio, like, state that we know today. It was a total territory. Okay? So we left off with Washington, George Washington, as he was I don't even know if he was general at this point. But anyhow, he got his head whooped uponst. Okay? And so now we're into chapter 3, going into yet another battle, right? So it says the French seem to have advanced further towards making themselves masters of this continent within these last 5 or 6 years than they have done ever since the beginning of their settlements upon it. Okay, so this was William Shirley, governor of Massachusetts. Now, I do want to pause for a second because I told y'all I had the crest of Shirley, and I found it. So I want to share that with you all as well. I'm going to be pissed if I can't find it. Because of course, it's a melanated crest. Let's see. I just have to remember next time I come to have it pulled up. I got so many pictures on here. I should have had it pulled up because I ran across it again. I'm not going to take up too much time if I can't find it off the crust of my pictures. So just to prove to you all once again. Okay, yep. All right, I can't find it once again. I'll have to remember to have it ready for y'all. I got it in my pictures, but I can't find it, and I don't want to waste that much time. Okay, all right. So I wanted to show you the Shirley crest, melanated. All right. So after Washington's defeat at Fort Necessity, the British government sought to starve off war by increasing numbers of troops in America, both British regular soldiers and colonial militia, and embarking on a tour de force in which they would seize not only Fort Duquesne on the Ohio River, but Fort Niagara on Lake Ontario and Fort Frederick, also known as Crown Point, on Lake Champlain. Their hope was to secure these critical locations on the Canadian frontier, stunning and weakening France's colonial forces before the French crown could respond by sending reinforcement. But striking hard first, England could not protect her future presence in the Ohio Valley while still avoiding an all-out war with France. This could not be done without the help of the mighty Iroquois League. The Indian Confederacy, now comprised of 6 nations since the admission of the Tuscaroras in 1726, had spent the greater part of the 18th century actively engaged in a kind of dual diplomacy with France and England that confounded the two colonial powers' attempts at supremacy. Okay, so we did read that last week, but I just wanted to give a quick recap. Okay, because we need to understand, even as we find out who our ancestors were from a lineage perspective, that you find out that, yeah, okay, your people are indigenous to the Americas, so that would make you, quote, quote, Indian, or whether or not, in my case, it's mixed with Indian and European. We have to understand all of it. So I'm not into romanticizing stuff that the indigenous Indians were victims and victimless. Okay? They played a part and participated in this process of colonization. Now, of course, there were many wars before this particular French and Indian War. I am not saying that by any means. But let's be clear on who did what when and what was their motives. And once you start going over this stuff, it should make sense why you see some of the same mentality and the same conditions that we see today. So in other words, all of the auntie scarf moments and the unk moments we done had tonight and the nieces and nephew moments that we done had tonight, and we talk about people's behavior and not knowing unity, this is not new behavior. Okay? So, each nation needed the friendship of the Iroquois in order for their imperial experiments to succeed. So meaning the French and the Brits. And the Indians took full advantage of their officially neutral status to enrich themselves at colonial expense. This enrichment came primarily through the old practices of gift giving, in which French and English settlers would present Indian tribes with gifts of food, clothing, alcohol, weapons, and manufactured goods as a means of ensuring the tribe's alliance, or barring that at least a measure of non-interference in their colonial endeavors. So that sounds like to me that people was willing to cut some deals for some trinkets.
Mhm.
Now that's just me.
Me too.
Because if they were living off the land and they were really sovereign, why would they need to be accepted any gifts, clothing? If you living off the land and stuff, and Big Mama know how to sew clothes, and Papa know how to hunt, or Big Mama know how to take the cotton out the cotton fields and put some clothes and stuff together. If we know how to grow food, hell, even if you want alcohol, we got ancestors today that know how to make moonshine. So the land was the last thing on these particular confederacies' mind. Now, that is not to say that was all Indian tribes because there were thousands of Indian tribes. And as we tell you before, thousands, if not millions, because your tribe is your family. But these romanticizing ideas that we talk about with the Indians that they do talk about, now I'm just going by on what the records say. Living off of the land, being caretakers of the land, being caretakers of the land, that does not seem like it was a priority. But let's continue. Though the Iroquois did routinely interfere with French and English affairs, their appearance of neutrality guaranteed the continued flow of gifts from both governments. This friendly relationship with England had been established in the 1690s and was known as the Covenant Chain. So you minx to tell me that the Confederacy of the Iroquois, not only had they struck a deal for trinkets, specifically, they say food, clothing, alcohol, and weapons, and manufactured goods. Not only did they take these gifts and these presents or these payoffs, because that's really what it was. You mean to tell me they had a covenant? Do we not understand that a covenant is a spiritual contract?
Say it again, sis.
Do we not understand that a covenant is a spiritual contract? And when we sit up here and talk to you all about paperwork and contracts, you don't even know how many generations that covenant will last. But let's continue. The British government had initiated a meeting between colonial and Iroquois representatives to take place in Albany, New York in June 1754. At the meeting, the Iroquois made demands regarding land, citing the obvious fact that the settlers from Pennsylvania and Virginia were just as much a threat to their sovereignty as the French. Oh, okay, so you want to talk sovereignty, but you into a covenant chain agreement and you taking payoffs, but you want to talk sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. The negotiations accomplished little of substance, but in the end, the Iroquois left the Albany conference with 30 wagons loaded with presents. I want you all to understand what went on. So help me to understand how the Iroquois Confederacy was concerned about some land. And I'm telling you, they got them big time with that covenant. Because that's the real important side. That contract that ties you spiritually. So let's see what note I put in here. Yeah, so I said the Iroquois Confederacy took trinkets. Oh, okay. All right, wait a minute. She keep getting kicked out. I didn't put her back on a few little times. Okay, she keep getting muted. Okay, sis.
I don't know what's doing it. It's
yeah, because I think that's like the second time. But child, they've been messing with us tonight.
I think it's when the internet goes down.
Oh, that could be it. That could be it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Benjamin Franklin, y'all know that Benjamin Franklin that said pretty much all of the world was black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Benjamin Franklin. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
him. And he said there's very few of us here.
Mm-hmm.
And he even went into specifics. Name the nations and everything.
Mm-hmm. Swarthy.
Yeah, swarthy this.
Yep. Black Scots, Irish, German.
Yeah. Italy, France.
You know, the Iroquois didn't really went out too much because they had to leave and go to Canada, I think, after they did all that stuff.
Yeah, they're gonna get into that. So Benjamin Franklin, who had long been an advocate of some sort of colonial union, in May 1754, he published what is widely considered to be America's first political cartoon on the subject of union. The drawing depicted a snake cut into many pieces, with each piece representing one of the colonies, along with the caption, "Join or Die."
Mm.
Franklin's idea was that the colonies, which were currently governed by separate legislative bodies, each reporting independently to the crown, needed some form of organization with authority to address the mutual concerns of the colonies, particularly defense. Franklin therefore proposed the Albany Plan of Union, a document which called for the creation of a Grand Council elected by the colonial legislators and chaired by a President General to be appointed by the King. The Grand Council would have the authority, here you go, Brother Odell, the Grand Council would have authority to levy taxes, to regulate Indian relations, and to provide for the colony's defense. Though the colonial delegations approved the plan, none of the colony's legislations bothered to ratify it. Still, many of the ideas put forth in the Albany Plan of Union in 1754 would surface again in the Constitutional Convention of the Young United States. Okay. Bradford utterly discarded a plan of Fort Duquesne that had been smuggled out and offered to him by a Mohawk Indian named Moses the Song. Okay, so just based on them having Moses up in here, I'm assuming they were already intermingling and marrying with Europeans who carried the Christian belief system and religion. Okay, so just to give a little bit of pretense of what, by the spring of 1755, England had dispatched a new military commander and chief to North America, and so that's Braddock. Okay, so Braddock utterly discarded a plan of Fort Duquesne that had been smuggled out and offered to him by a Mohawk Indian named Moses the Song. Rather, he was convinced he needed no Indian help to dislodge the French and their stronghold. Not coincidentally, the Indians did not offer Braddock anymore. Okay, so I'm just putting in my little notes, just another example of Indian tribes partnering with European. And in this case, they came to blood, offering their little services. All right. Okay, so just a little pretext here. Nonetheless, Braddock made astonishing progress towards Fort Duquesne after having set out from Alexandria. They had not, instead, a force of nearly 900 men had marched out to intercept Braddock's force. Though Braddock's reduced company was still superior in numbers, The French assault was nonetheless brutal, due in large part to the number of Indians among their ranks who fired upon them from the woods as the confused British troops attempted to advance along the road. Okay, so just again reminding the family, you had Indians on both the French side and on the British side. After a 3-hour battle, Braddock was shot in the back, at which point the remaining British soldiers broke and ran. George Washington, who had volunteered to serve under Braddock as a civilian, okay, so he wasn't up there yet, was Braddock's only uninjured aide, even though he had 2 horses shot from underneath him and his clothes were riddled with bullet holes. Braddock died from his wounds as his company retreated. Upon reuniting with the rest of the men Braddock had left behind, the whole army fell back to Pennsylvania. The French were still firmly in control of the Pennsylvania frontier. Okay, so this just is yet another example of this time the French won this battle. It couldn't have been done without the Indians' participation. Neither did the other campaigns of 755 go as planned for the British. General William Shirley, and I'm gonna try to remember next week. I got this crest family, the Shirley crest, the early Shirley family crest has a melanated person on it. General William Shirley, who was meant to lead his troops upon Fort Niagara, faced large numbers of desertions after news of Braddock's defeat. Without the necessary men to embark on the Niagara, Shirley instead elected to winter his troops at Fort Oswego, planning an attempt to take the fort the following spring. Yet, Oswego was not adequately supplied to sustain them for the winter. By the springtime, the men were so malnourished and unhealthy, the campaign could not even begin. Moreover, the French governor, Valderol, took advantage of the English troops' vulnerable position at Oswego, wreaking havoc with their supply lines through the summer of 1756. By the end of August, Oswego was under French control. Excuse me. The only British success of 1755 was in Acadia, what is today known as Nova Scotia. And I wish Brother Newwild was on. He's from Canada. See, he would know all these areas. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Monckton led a force out of Boston that succeeded in capturing Fort Beauséjour and Gaspéor. Sorry, that's French. I don't know French like that. These strongholds guarded the land route between the indomitable fortress of Louisbourg and Quebec, and the French surrendered them with surprisingly little resistance. While not as a great prize as Louisbourg herself, the victory was a significant one in that it resulted in the forced deportation. Let me tap my mic. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. The victory was a significant one in that it resulted in the forced deportation of the largely Catholic-speaking French, the largely Catholic French-speaking Acadian population. Many of these refugees were put on boats to France and were dispersed throughout Louisiana. in their settlements around New Orleans or New Orleans, Acadians would come to be known by the now familiar term Cajun. So I stop right there. In case somebody want to put something on it. So you Cajuns, Louisiana, New Orleans, are y'all really indigenous New Orleans? Or were your lineage coming from Canada, but your original lineage was from France?
I got a question, Auntie. So the name,
some biblical stuff.
Huh?
Them Acadian.
Child, you know I don't know the Bible like that, so. Sorry, go ahead, Nisi.
My question is, so they came from France, or right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And don't they have like a common like thing with their names? Like they'll have like you know what I'm saying? Like help me if I'm trying to get it out right. Like Defray, or it's like
Dubois, all of that.
Yeah,
they have common prefixes.
Yeah,
prefixes. Thank you.
But they know that that's French. Now in New Orleans defense, they know that stuff is France all day long, and they acknowledge it.
Are there any other ones besides they that y'all know
of? Like LeBlanc.
Yeah, LeBlanc. Yep, LeBlanc is one.
Then it's also at the end, like Chappelle.
Right. That's why I was teasing Dave Chappelle. I'm like, you a French Huguenot. Chappelle.
It'd be shortened for stuff, because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like De La Chappelle or something. Oh, that's a De La Chappelle. That's a photographer, I think. You know.
Oh, okay. See, you done learned me something.
Dubois.
Yeah, Dubois, exactly. And which they hid it and said Du Bois, right? But that's Dubois. The end of the day, that's Dubois. Yes, Nisi Poo. Yes, you are correct.
Okay, thank you. I yield. Keep going. That's fine.
Okay.
Somebody else want to say something.
Okay, but yeah, I was like, shut the front door. You mean to tell me the Cajun? That's them French people. Child. Exactly.
Yeah, because I don't know the Bible like that, but I just be doing history or research on a lot of stuff. But I'm pretty sure I remember somebody breaking down like Acadian, and that, you know, in that Nova Scotia area, and the connection to Acadian, Canada, and all that French type connection there. But then that makes sense, because that Bible on certain levels is that bloodline and their fucking storyline and shit.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. Oh, people dropping in the chat the other French names.
LeBron.
Yeah, baby. You know you wrong for that though. LeBron.
Ava DuVernay.
Right, DuVernay. Exactly. Come on now. Well. Who else, Brother Sean?
Devereaux.
Right, because I think about Blanche Devereaux from the golden days. Yeah, Benet.
Back in the day.
Exactly. Yeah. All of that part. Yeah, you mean they kicked him out? Is what you trying to say? Come on, you saying that France kicked them out? Yeah.
You said France
expected them. Expected them? Oh, I thought that he meant. Accepted them. Accepted them. Are you saying that they were indigenous to the land over in Canada? And then they got kicked out? Or you saying that they got converted on the land and then went over. Well, whatever. I'm just going by what they saying. Huh? What you say, Brother Sean?
They say the only British success of 1755 was in Acadia, what is today known as Nova Scotia. So the Acadians were the indigenous people there.
But when they're saying success, they're saying taking over from France, though.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, because France, it was a French colony.
Right. So they had probably renamed it Acadia.
Right.
And
exactly.
Britain named it Nova Scotia.
Exactly. And I'm just saying the fact that they were saying the population was largely Catholic, French speaking. So at a minimum, they were, let's say that they were indigenous. You can't convince me that they were purebred indigenous. They were mixed because they converted to Catholic and they were speaking French.
Right.
And then they carried that French culture to New Orleans, where it still rings true today. Yeah. Now, I ain't gonna lie, in New Orleans, they got some good ass food. I ain't finna sit up here and cap. That mixing of that French and that indigenous, baby, let me tell you something.
Dancing,
music. you party. Let me tell you, step your foot on that New Orleans soil and baby, you getting it in, you partying. I love New Orleans people. Cool, down to earth. Every time I go there, my people be like, would you bring your ass on? You always out here. I'm like, the people just love me. I'm chopping it up, baby. I done got invited to 5 barbecues. What you talking about? Love New Orleans. It's got a lot of culture there that still rings true today. All right. Oh, and before I forget, I thought about Brother Odell when I was doing that Jamaican drop. What if you think about it? Now, maybe this is just me. To me, Jamaicans talk like Black Europeans. Am I lying? If you listen to Brother Odell's accent, that's a Jamaican accent.
Yeah. Remember the language sounds between the Caribbeans and that.
The way Brother Odell talks, they Irish just throw in that blood and all of that. But the way they talk real fast, they be like, oh. And I thought about it. I'm like, wait a minute, dog on it. Them Jamaicans sound just like Brother Odell.
The same thing with the Trinidad and the Tobago.
The linguistics and the phonetic sounds,
Yeah, it's the same exact lingo.
You know, even though I can't speak the posh English if I choose to speak the posh English. I just choose to use my normal accent. It depends how I want to speak. I use the correct English if I need to. But,
I don't use the correct English. I'm a
we talk
country
properly over here. We use it.
Yeah, I'm a Southerner. No, I want you to talk the way you want to talk, and because
none of us do. That's the specialty.
Exactly.
We always gonna flip that shit.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Jeremiah, ting, ting. Yeah, ting. And when they say poom, poom, baby, that poom, poom take me out. I say, what? Poom, poom.
Yeah, them punani sister.
See, now you tell me that ain't Jamaican sounding.
My dad is originally from St. Kitts, so we're close to Jamaica. My dad's from there.
Okay, see, we can't make this stuff up.
Originally from St. Kitts.
It's the same people.
I was St. Kitts. Yeah. So I picked it up from my dad's side. So go ahead, sister.
From one of the books I was reading, when they kicked the Jewish and the Moors from Spain and Portugal, they went down into Jamaica. They were kicked. They went to Jamaica and then they went to St. Thomas Island.
So back up. You know I need dates.
When the Moors were kicked out of Spain in 711. No, that's when they. Yeah, I think it's 7-Eleven.
1492. I think they went in 7-Eleven and they came out 1492.
1492.
Yeah, 1492.
Yeah,
January 1st,
Moors.
1492. Yeah, they came out and it's 7-Eleven. They went to Spain. Al-Andalus. I showed you last time, Sandra. It was Al-Andalus. When it was in Spain, Al-Andalus, that's what it was called. That's when you're talking about the Basque. Remember you mentioned about the Basque people?
The Basque
Remember,
people.
that's what you're talking about? Yeah, and Al-Andalus. It was there. In fact, to be honest with you, our people, we're all over. You can find it. Where people today call China, it used to be called Manchuria. We was there back then. Where you call India today, it was called Hindustan. We was there back then. You can find wherever you go. This is what the wars in Vietnam was fought on, and it was in Korea. The Vietnamese used to say that all the big statues of the Olmec heads, you can find them in Laos. Delbert Blaze to talk about this. You can find them in Laos, in Pho, in Vietnam. You had our people was venerated all over the place, and most of these wars have been fought to take down these statues in the original history. Anything they could take down.
It was all black. The planet was
all
black.
Exactly, all of it. So go ahead, sister.
Okay, no, that was good. I just had to get that in. Yeah, that ting ting. All right, so anyway, after
what did them people, them bomber clap the people.
Say that again. I love that's the other term. I be hollering when y'all say that.
Yeah, there's a bomber clap the people. There's a bomber clap. Stop the Pope.
I be hollering when y'all say that. I love that Jamaican talk. I have to listen carefully. I be like, and when I went to last time I went to Jamaica, I bought a sundress. And so I wore it coming back here. I wore it one summer. I'm at the gas station minding my business. This Jamaican was across this big ass boulevard. Talking about this sundress. I'm like, no, I'm not. And as soon as I start talking, he knew I wasn't Jamaican. Oh, yeah, you got on the dress, sister. You got on the dress. Baby, I ain't wore that dress since then. That was... Because he came all the way from... He came like across the motherfucking boulevard, about 6 lanes of traffic, because he thought I was Jamaican. I'm like, well, that could be disrespectful to them because I ain't Jamaican and I'm all up in the sundress chilling. Oh, that was so funny.
Right in
the sundress, like, hey.
You bring up the gabs, them sister, innit? You have your gabs on, sister.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So, child, let me continue.
Yeah, a lot of those people from Portugal got passage with captains in this, from Babylon to Timbuktu is a book. And they got passage from Portugal, and then they were stranded on the west coast of Africa. The captains took all their stuff and stranded them.
Now that's interesting because you know that they had that Portugal slave trade. They say slave trade. Mm-hmm. That the slaves they claiming that the slaves in Brazil came through the Portugal route.
Yep. This sit back into the 1492 stuff.
They do speak Portuguese in Brazil.
Oh, I did not know that.
They do. And Argentina speaks Spanish.
They speak Portuguese.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah.
They were stranded by the captains on the west coast of Africa, and as now you can say in Brazil too.
So were they Brits that were stranded?
No, they were from Portugal. The Portuguese.
The Portuguese. Okay, my bad. So the Portuguese got stranded over in Africa.
Iberian, Andalus, Basque.
Exactly. I agree. I totally agree. Now all of this stuff is lining up. It makes sense.
I was just going to say to you as well.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Odell.
It's the treaty. It's I've got it. I'll bring it up with you next week. The Treaty of Tordesillas, where King Ferdinand and them, it was when they divided between Spain and Portugal, and the Portugal got to go to the Brazil on that side of it, and Spain got to go to where today it's called Patagonia, it's called Argentina. That's why you've got the French Guiana in South America. So there was when they did all the colonizing, certain places, due to what the Jesuits and the Pope did, gave them certain jurisdictions. So you had the Portuguese in Brazil, you had Patagonia, which is called Argentina, you've got French Guiana, and then you've got the Dutch Guiana part as well, and then you've got British what's called British Belize was called British Honduras. So most of the places where they speak Spanish, Portuguese, or
Belize, they speak English.
Yeah, they do. They
That's
speak
right.
English and
That's
Belize.
correct. Yeah. So anywhere they speak the language is where the colonized. So the
It
French,
makes
the English, the
sense.
Dutch.
It's right
the
in
French,
our
the English,
face.
the Dutch. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The French. This is why in the Jamaica they have called when it's them it's called fiesta. It's fiesta, which means rude. That's due to the Creole. The French gave them a fake version of French called Creole. So
stop. Wait a minute. Back that up. You talking fast now. You saying that Creole, the French gave them a fake version of the French language, and that's what Creole is?
Yeah. That's why they call it fiesta. So the fiesta, that's what the Jamaicans call. You is a fiesta, but it derives back from the French. That the term fiesta.
Wow.
So that's where it comes from. Yeah. So it's a derivative of French Creole. It's a derivative of French. So that's what they've been doing is they gave the languages and they've got like sub languages they gave to the people over there. So when they colonized, they did all that nonsense as well.
Wow.
So the Portuguese is like the Brazilians. They've got a certain sort of twang on their Portuguese.
Yeah,
and same with the Argentinian, the Spanish.
But King John of Portugal didn't keep his promise to give them, safety from Portugal when they were thrown out of Spain. So that's how they ended up all over the place.
April Fool's Day. That's when they throw the Moorish women over the ships. It's April Fool's. That's what April the 1st is about. Mm-hmm. April Fool's Day. That's what they was doing when they throw the women over the ships. That's what you're on about. That's correct.
Wow.
Yeah, they also burned all the houses that the Moors had built.
That's correct, brother.
Where they burn them at? Where did they burn them at?
Over in Spain.
Over in Spain.
That's correct.
Okay.
And all the forts, and all the information in the forts. This is what due to happen to Carloman of the the Hammer Charles Martel. Shines right under Charles Martel when they won when they was getting their freedom, the so-called Europeans. They took the information to the Vatican from the vaults in the forts that we had, and then anything they couldn't burn, as Brother Shine, that couldn't get rid of, and they burned it down, as Brother Shine's correctly put. And then they threw the women over the boats when they were supposed to leave. But yeah, Brother Shine's spot on, I agree.
Wow. All right, y'all. Well, we're gonna stop here. So just a reminder, what the book is. Come on, this is the French and Indian War: A History from Beginning to End. Okay, so we're gonna pick back up not next week because Brother Odell is coming back next Thursday to give us the drop on the spiritual side. The first side, he gave us the rundown of how the financial system came into existence from the beginning. Okay, he did that in part 2 of this particular series. That's one that you don't want to miss. If you want to understand all that public and private stuff and how the Vatican is involved in the DTC, etc., go back to part 2 of this series. He gave a drop on that. He's coming back next week, and he's going to give you how the spiritual component matches up to that financial system. Okay? So Brother Odell will be back next week to give us the drop on that, and we're going to pick back up on the following week on the French and Indian wars. I think that's a good place to stop, child, about this, the French getting kicked out from Canada to New Orleans, and they became the Cajuns. That's a good stopping point.
Huguenots, huh?
It could have been.
Mm-hmm.
They said.
Yes, sir. Well, when I think of Huguenots, I think of like the Hebrews and the
They came from that island.
Okay.
No, those the same people, because that's what they known for, is changing their fucking name and
that's
identity.
True. That's true. I should know that. You're right. They'll change exactly. They'll change in a heartbeat. You right on that. My bad. You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
If I remember correctly, even with the quote-unquote land patent, you still have to pay taxes, right?
Now, that part I don't know. Nisi Pooh, you still on? She might have left.
I'm still here.
Do you know that if they gotta still pay taxes if they got that land patent?
But it depends because the Native American Indian tribes that are federally recognized, they had patents, and they actually get funds, their little monies that they get every month. Everybody's talking about the casino money, but there's also, can you close the door? There's also another part of that. So the patent land, what happens is the Bureau of Land Management does leases on those patents, on that patent land.
Wow.
And so they get the taxes from those leases. So say ABC Oil Company they already know where all the minerals are. They know where all the minerals are. They know where all the gold, all the silver, turquoise, oil, natural gas. They know where everything is. So said ABC Oil Company wants to get oil on a specific area. Well, that area might be patented by, let's say, the Navajo. Well, the Navajo Nation is going to get the money from that. They're going to tax that ABC Oil Company, and then Navajo Nation gets that tax money.
Oh, okay.
So that's how the taxes work on the patented land. But as far as the folks who are finding patents in, say, Alabama, well, a lot of that has gone into what you would call abandoned land. And then on top of that, because of the legislation of the Indians having to go west of the Mississippi, even though in the system it might not say that the patent is canceled, but a lot of times it really, like the state will tell you, nah, we're not going to honor that.
Wow.
That's an ancient document, because technically y'all niggas were supposed to go west of the Mississippi.
Oh, child, that's a mess. Okay.
I'm going to say is all of it rose under Bonaventure.
Exactly.
You get me?
rose up under the Vatican anyway.
Yeah, and anything that they're issuing, no matter what it is, because again, this is why I stated, everywhere, it's because you got someone in the chat here who says, who said Louisiana comes under something different.
Yeah, I saw that.
In the chat, and I'm saying I don't care where it is. I'm gonna tell in Louisiana, do they use zip codes?
Yeah.
There you go. That puts it into commercial jurisdiction.
Right.
Board of Accounting, fam. That's all I need to do, fam.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't care where it is. You got a zip code, they put it into commercial jurisdiction of the UPU, Universal Postal Union, which is owned by the Vatican and the Jesuits of Rome. Period. I don't care if it's
AKA
civil,
the state.
So, yeah,
go ahead.
If it's state, it's still because of the commercial jurisdiction. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, brother, I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but to take it to here over here in America, AKA the states. So you're not going to do anything with any land that's inside of a boundary inside of a state without talking to the states.
Right.
Yeah, states are sovereign.
But the point I was getting to with that, just as we stated before, how paperwork also binds the soul. Considering who created and controls the patents, and it say it's assigned to such and such and their heirs forever and ever. That means you've signed future generations into a contract.
Exactly.
Owing them, stating that you're going to take care of this land and kick them they in.
Yep.
Forever
and ever and ever.
And Brother Sean, a lot of people ain't even reading those patents right, because it says to the heirs and assignees, meaning it could be assigned to somebody else.
Exactly.
You said it, assignee. You
assignee. Exactly.
Trust law. It still comes
exactly. It goes back to trust law. Exactly. Exactly.
Every time you can find this patriarchal nonsense behind it all. Every time you say something, it just lets me know. They're using this guy keeps saying in the contract, not in Louisiana. As far as we're gonna have to prove this, the guy keeps saying in the chat, not in Louisiana. He said that I'm saying that if you've got zip codes in Louisiana, it puts on the bond of vacancy. Tell me in Louisiana where they don't have zip codes. Somebody's in the chat saying that it doesn't happen in Louisiana. As far as I know, everywhere in the States has got zip codes, including Louisiana.
They
so
do.
You need to provide the source where they don't have zip codes, please. Whoever's in the chat saying that. Because it does, because as far as I know, I'm aware, every state has zip codes, which means it puts in commercial jurisdiction, which puts under the UPU, Universal Postal Union, and that puts it under the Vatican, under the Bond of Vacantia.
Right. The only thing unique about Louisiana that I know, which is still really don't mean nothing, is that you have tribes that hold patents that were issued by the Crown of France.
And Spain too. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we keep telling you that those patents, it's just giving you permission to lease the land. It's still technically owned by the Vatican, and the Crown gets a cut.
Yes.
Of what you paying on it, aka via those taxes or whatever else activity is going on those lands. That's the only unique thing that I keep hearing about Louisiana, and folks are arguing over that. Different tribes are arguing over, no such and so gave me the patent, no such and so gave. I done heard so many versions, but at the end of the day, what we're saying, it doesn't matter if you're holding a patent. You still don't own it.
Exactly, because they're called under the zip codes. That's my point. Universal Postal Union. This is what I keep saying. It. I keep quoting it because I know what I'm on about.
No, I'm not going to contact it, Camille. You have to let us know. Give us an example. Come back, and I'm cool with that. If you come back and bring some documentation telling us, showing us differently. Right. And once you bring back that documentation, we're going to check to see if it has zip codes. Because the only way what you're saying can be true is if it's not under zip codes. Nah, I'm not researching anything. You have to, you bring the research to us. Come on and bring it back. Bring it back next week.
Yeah, that's right. Bring it next week because I'm gonna bring my UPU stuff. I'll be equipped and ready to prove that Louisiana's zip codes.
Yeah, bring it back next week.
And a quick Google search will just shut all that down. Spanish land grants in Louisiana, 1757 to 1802. It's a book by Ori Porret. Spanish land grants in Louisiana, 1757 to 1802. That's a good book if you want to know what's going on with the Spanish land grants in Louisiana prior to the Civil War.
Yeah, they did all that.
Okay. All right, brother. So you're going to have to bring it back.
Yep. And the first land grants were actually Spanish land grants in the 1500s is the earliest that I was able to find. And there's a whole document that talks about it. 1500s, and they were Spanish land grants, aka, I was going to say this. Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian, those three languages are very similar.
Oh, that's
And I realized I was in an Italian restaurant, and I was in the bathroom.
Romance languages.
Yeah, and
also
they were
line
playing
up with the colonization countries.
Yeah, and they were playing certain words and like teaching you it in English, and I was like, "What the heck? That Italian word sound like Spanish to me." And then I used to have a friend in elementary school. They were from Portugal and they spoke Portuguese in their house. I tell you not, it sounds exactly like Spanish.
Interesting.
Yep, those. Go ahead, Auntie.
Texas, as the king when they were ran out.
Uh-oh, you back to breaking up, sis.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Okay, we finna go to last words. So, Brother Odell, you have any last words for the family? We looking forward to class next week.
Oh gosh, I'm just sat here laughing at the fact that people are arguing over land when I'm saying if
Brother Odell, I'm telling you, we get this all the time, baby. That's why I want you to do a total separate show on the land. When we tell you we get this all the time, we're used to it. And in this particular brother's defense, he's being very respectful, and I'm cool with that. We get people coming up in here swinging, calling folks up out of their name because they're not agreeing with them. Now, this gentleman isn't doing that. We get this all the time. That's why I want you and Nisi Poo to do the show on this land stuff.
Yeah, I'll pull this up here, right? And this is just. Can I just we
gonna nope, because we gonna do it all at one time, because it's not gonna matter. I want you to do it all at one. Nope.
You can't. Can I just show one tiny little thing? I'll be 2 seconds.
All right.
One tiny
go
little
ahead.
thing.
Go ahead. Bring it up. You should be able to do it, and it still ain't gonna make a difference. He's still gonna put something in there if they're talking about some XYZ 123 said this on this particular.
I'm just showing
day.
this. United States, Louisiana zip codes right there.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me bring it up on YouTube. Hold on a sec. Okay. Let me see here.
Bracket system.
And that still ain't gonna matter because he's still gonna say that Napoleon.
I'm sorry, but if you've got a contract with the UPU, it doesn't matter what he's saying. It still comes under commercial jurisdiction. There are the zip codes there, so he's gonna have to prove that these zip codes don't exist.
It ain't gonna
so
matter.
I've shown my evidence, and I was there 2 seconds. I have my evidence right now. So he's gonna have to show me where these zip codes don't exist. Because right now, everything's under commercial jurisdiction due to what happened with Unum Sanctum. So I'm just showing there my evidence I've already got here already.
And that's going to be a good basis for when you all do the land show. That's going to be a good basis because I still don't think people really get what we're saying. I don't think that they get what we're saying. I really don't. We go through this all the time. Am I exaggerating? Any one of the family on the panel, am I exaggerating in the least bit when this is talking about land ownership?
No.
We go through this all the time.
So therefore, I don't even need to argue with this brother because he's just admitted I'm aware of the zip codes. Well, zip codes puts it in commercial jurisdiction, which puts it under bond of a county, which means
it's valid.
So I'm
exactly.
Myself, so therefore, it doesn't matter what evidence he brings next week; it's irrelevant because the commercial jurisdiction is operated. This is what we're trying to say. So Louisiana is not different from any other state; it's still taken over by bond of a county.
Exactly. All right, so we looking for Brother Odell to be back next week for a drop. So I'm looking forward to that. Nisi Poo, you have any last words for the fam?
I just want to say thank you to y'all because honestly, I swear, everything that Uncle Sean and Auntie Sandra, Brother Odell, Scotty, everybody really is just the main thing is focus on creating and don't get lost in the sauce of history, boy. Because I have to just give myself a break sometimes because I'll be like, this history stuff is wild.
It's a lot. Yeah. And you
Really
can
deep,
go down through the rabbit hole real quick. That's why it's important to understand what's really important.
And do your own genealogy and know who your ancestors are. And when you find out that, hey, maybe some of my ancestors might have been of European descent or German or whatever, just be proud of that. Embrace all your ancestry
and keep it moving. Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't let nobody make you feel bad.
It ain't nothing to be ashamed of. I say I got European blood, show do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just want to say thank you and peace and love to the chat clout committee up in the building. The brother, Mr. Kamal Lade, I think his name is, with the info. I'm gonna check out that.
Are you French? Lade?
I think it's Lade. Don't is that what it says? Is it Lade? Yep.
Lade.
Down there in Louisiana.
Right, and Narlands telling me what you own. You French. You a French Huguenot. Telling me what you own, Lade.
And shout out to brother Cormio.
Yay,
over in
brother
the
Kareem.
chat.
Yes, we love you, brother.
I had to put my Spanish Cormio on there.
I know, and
Everybody
I'm my
butchering his
country. I
name.
had finally started pronouncing it right, and then Sandra come in, yeah, blah blah blah. I'm like, who? I had just learned it did how to pronounce it right. And he's so patient with all of us.
Yeah, he is. And brother Big Omega, G Major, peace and love to y'all. And yeah, I yield. Next person.
Okay, sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family? We the aunties with our scarves.
I just get that's what they're saying, and I'm people in the chat because
oh, sis, they just not gonna let you talk tonight. I'm sorry, sis. You still breaking up.
Okay.
All
right.
Thank you, sis. All right. We heard the dog in the back more than we did you. I'm gonna be honest. the dog got to put something more on it every time somebody was making a good point. I heard the dog clear as fuck. I'm like, that's right, dog. You agree too.
My internet's been unstable all week. In Oklahoma was too.
Okay.
So I don't know what they're doing.
No worries. No worries. Well, thank you so much, sis. So, son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
You know, what comes to my mind is just non-attachment. You know, like what Brother Sean was saying, like, you know, really, I have my connections to the people that I have while I'm here and these things, but at the end of the day, this really doesn't fucking matter. Cause this isn't really a real, none of this really fucking matters. Your consciousness and your soul and what you want to do with that is what matters.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And like, you know, Sis Tamika was saying, like, you know, sometimes it's a lot of history, it's a lot of shit going on, you know, like a mother being this, and, you know, and then it's a lot.
Right.
You know, and if you just remember, you know, at some point, you know, there's non-attachment. We go through this process because it's like, you know, I come from like an acting background. They teach you, this is like a lesson. You learn the lines and you do all this. You learn the blocking and the movement and, you know, all of your emotional connections, right? And all of that. And then you're supposed to forget it. You're supposed to learn, do your homework and then forget it. Because when you get out there, nobody want to see your homework. Nobody want to see you practicing. They want to see you living and doing it.
Exactly. Very well said.
When we learning and doing this research and sharing this information and providing sources for people to cross-reference and stuff, it's gonna be overwhelming because this fucking realm is meant to be that way. Shit is confusing. It's a lie. It's a simulation. Mm-hmm. It's not real. And we're trying to make sense of some shit that's not meant to make sense.
Exactly.
So really, if you know, we're like a little computer, you processing a lot of information.
Yeah.
You need to just hit Control Alt Delete on that shit and just know that at the end of the day, you have control over what you is taking in because that's what you want to put out. That's what's good you want to put out is what you're taking in. So don't allow yourself to get so overwhelmed with this shit because at the end of the day, like, it don't fucking matter.
No.
Indeed.
Worry about yourself and elevating yourself and vibrating on that higher level to get the fuck out of here, like Brother Sean said. Because if you think it's overwhelming now, you're going to come back to some old shit. This is going to be on the next level. You're like,
some
damn.
more fuckery. Exactly.
I really thought I was like, okay, one more chance. The wheel gonna turn around and I'm gonna be getting another chance to doing some different shit. And no. And then you're gonna be just like, goddamn. So, you know, let that shit go. Control Alt Delete on that hub.
I heard that.
Like that.
Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
well, it's the whole soul of the matter, period. Even though we say it's about your bloodline, yeah, and the physical, but how many members of your bloodline have caused you to reincarnate?
Child, that part, and I ain't finna do it.
How many people in your bloodline has caused you the traumas that you need to heal from today?
Yup.
It's more about your soul, fam. Some of the people that you'll become closest to and are able to connect with telepathically and otherwise aren't of the same bloodline in this incarnation. You're part of a soul family. You got to get back to your soul family when you mention a family. That's being at a certain frequency. You can't worry about everybody else and reach that frequency.
Yep.
You need to reach. It's all about you. With the wordplay, you take selfish to mean something derogatory. Ish means like.
Yep.
You're supposed to be like yourself. You're supposed to be concerned about yourself. Even if you wanted to help somebody else, if you're not the best you that you can be, if you have nothing to offer, you can't help nobody.
Right.
All you're going to do is pull them down. So concentrate on you and just be an example. Show the people you care about that it can be done. Get out of here. People gonna want to know how you got out of here. Then they'll think back on the things that you said. And if you've always told people that everything they need is within them, you've done your job and lead them back to their selves by being yourself. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, family. So just real quick, I found the little Shirley photo of the Governor Shirley that we were talking about. So Blood got some nappy hair. And now they got him with white skin up in here. So I don't know if he was mulatto or whatever. Or if this got lightened up. But he got some nappy hair. So I just want to show y'all this Governor Shirley crest. I knew that was bothering me because I knew I had pulled it. But family, I just want to thank everyone for you all's support. It's appreciated, and I see it growing. And not so much, I'm not really a type of person that I need numbers, because it's not about numbers for me. It's about literally getting the information out. But the growth that I see with people, the new people coming into the fold of sharing this information with us, you all are really knowledgeable.
Yeah.
You're really on your stuff. I be in them comments like, what? Shut your mouth. And that's all we're really doing. We're exchanging information because each one of us has our own soul journey. You know what your soul journey, your purpose is. You do you. Love you. Do you. Take care of your responsibilities. And let that be that. So I want to thank each and every one of you all. Thank you to the chat. The YouTube chat. Y'all been in the house doing great things. It's nice to see everyone tonight. Thank you to the YouTube family that's listening to us. So we're going to be back next week. We're going to have Brother Odell come back next week, and he's going to give you the spiritual component of the financial system. Okay, and then during the week, we'll put together some more drops on podcasts on that information as well. I'm trying to think, am I missing anything else? I don't think I'm missing anything else. So before I leave, I just gotta ask Brother Odell. Now I'm tripping with his little accent. Come on now, say blood clock. And so come on, do the European Jamaican-ish accent for us.
Yeah, because I didn't want to do the King's English because I'm so used to speaking English when I'm working. No, it's like I said, sister. Thanks for everybody in the panel. Love all your energy. And like I always said, these people are committing bear fraud. I always say it with his vicarious. The Pope is a bomber class substitute, fam. You get me?
Yes, we do, brother. Love you, Brother Odell. So, fam, we gonna rock out with the original song from our brother Tavis. He laid this out, baby. It's called Souls of a Warrior. So love you all very much, family. Peace and love.
We love everyone.
Thank you. Peace and love.
Still, wholeness and power.
Unamalgamated.
Wholeness and power.
Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with you, best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Mazine nation. Hey, for these generations.